The blue pellets rattled in the small paper cup as my mother held them out to me, her smile as sweet as antifreeze. At 14, I'd learned to recognize the warning signs. The sing-song voice, the theatrical gestures, the way her eyes went flat when she said the word vitamins. "Take your vitamins or no denier," she sang, shaking the cup like a maraca. The pellets made a sound like tiny bones. I stared at them, my stomach already cramping from yesterday's dose. They were the same industrial blue as always, the size of rice grains, with a chemical smell that cut through even the lavender perfume my mother doused herself in. I took them this morning, I lied, though we both knew the routine. Once in the morning, once at night. Special vitamins, she called them. For my weak constitution, for my pale complexion, for whatever imaginary ailment justified another day of poisoning. Now, Daphne, her voice dropped its musical quality. Do we need to have Daddy explain the importance of nutrition again? I took the cup. 3 years. That's how long I'd been taking these vitamins. It started when I was 11, right after my grandmother died and left me her entire estate in trust. Funny how my health suddenly became a concern the moment I became worth $2 million. Money I couldn't touch until 18, unless I died first. The pellets felt heavier than they should as I tipped them into my mouth. I'd gotten good at tucking them into my cheek, pretending to swallow. But tonight, Mom watched extra carefully, even checking under my tongue afterward. "Good girl," she cooed, patting my cheek. "Now, dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. I'm making your favorite, spaghetti." My favorite was actually lasagna, but I learned not to correct her. Contradicting Mother's version of reality only led to increased doses. I waited until I heard her heels clicking down the hallway before I ran to my bathroom and forced myself to throw up. It didn't get all the poison out, I learned that the hard way. But it helped. The blue residue in the toilet was evidence I quickly flushed away. Then I went to my closet, moved aside the loose floorboard, and pulled out my diary. March 15th, 7:43 p.m. 2 blue pellets again, threw up most of them. The burning in my stomach is getting worse. Nosebleed for 10 minutes after school. Sarah asked if I was okay. I told her it was allergies. I'd been documenting everything for 2.5 years, ever since I'd found one of the pellets that had rolled under my dresser and decided to investigate. The public library had computers where I could research without my parents tracking my searches. What I found made my blood run cold. The skull and crossbones on the box my mother kept hidden in the garage. The warnings about internal bleeding. The symptoms that matched mine perfectly: nausea, nosebleeds, fatigue, the metallic taste that never left my mouth. Rat poison. They were feeding me actual rat poison, measured up in small enough doses to kill me slowly, making it look like a wasting disease. March 15th continued. Found the box again today when they were at work. Took pictures. Brand name: RVDEX Extreme. Active ingredient: Brodifacoum 0.005%. Skull symbol clearly visible. Box is almost empty. Must be the 3rd or 4th one based on my calculations. I'd hidden everything. Photos printed at school. Research about poisoning symptoms. A timeline of my declining health that corresponded exactly with the vitamin regimen. But the diary was my most complete record. 3 years of evidence, written in my increasingly shaky handwriting as the poison accumulated in my system. Some entries were just symptoms. October 2nd, blood in urine again. Very tired, fell asleep in math class. Others documented their excuses. December 18th, Dad said I inherited Grandma's weak blood. Mom agreed, said that's why I need the special vitamins. I asked to see a doctor. They said doctors would just prescribe the same vitamins but charge thousands of dollars. The worst entries were when I figured out why. January 5th. Overheard Mom on phone with insurance company. If I die before 18, everything goes to them as my guardians. If I make it to 18, they get nothing. I have 3 years, 4 months, and 11 days left. But I wouldn't make it 3 more years at this rate. The doses were increasing. The symptoms were worsening. And today, I'd made a decision. March 15th final entry. Tomorrow I'm going to tell Mr. Patterson. I'll bring the diary to school. I'll show him everything. Either he helps me or I die. There's no third option anymore. Mr. Patterson was my English teacher, the only adult who'd ever questioned my declining health with genuine concern rather than casual dismissal. He pulled me aside last week after I'd bled through a tissue during his class, asking if everything was okay at home. I'd almost told him then. The next morning, I could barely get out of bed. The room spun, my limbs felt like lead, and when I coughed, the tissue came away spotted with red. But I forced myself up, tucked my diary into my backpack, and stumbled downstairs. Morning, sweetness, Mom chirped, already holding out the morning dose. You look pale. Good thing we have your vitamins. I took them, gave them down with orange juice that tasted like copper, and grabbed a piece of toast I knew I wouldn't keep down. Actually, Dad said, checking his watch, I think she needs a double dose today. She's looking particularly weak. My heart stopped. A double dose? I was barely surviving the regular amount. What a good idea, Mom agreed, already shaking out 2 more pellets. Open up, Daphne. I had no choice. 4 pellets instead of 2. I felt them dissolving in my stomach like tiny bombs. School was 3 blocks away, but it felt like 3 miles. Each step was agony, my vision blurring at the edges. I just had to make it to first period. Just had to get to Mr. Patterson's class. I collapsed in the hallway outside his door. The rest came in fragments, Mr. Patterson's voice calling for help. The taste of blood filling my mouth. The school nurse's frantic hands checking my pulse. And through it all, my backpack clutched against my chest, the diary inside my last hope. Daphne, what happened? Mr. Patterson's face swam into focus as paramedics arrived. Backpack, I managed to whisper. Diary. Evidence. They're poisoning me. I saw his eyes widen as he unzipped my bag, saw him flip through pages of symptoms and secrets. The paramedics were inserting IVs, checking vitals, preparing to transport me. But Mr. Patterson was reading 3 years of attempted murder documented in purple ink. Dear God, he breathed, then louder, to the paramedics. Test her for rat poison. Rotifacum specifically, and call the police. At the hospital, as doctors pumped vitamin K into my veins to counteract the anticoagulant effects of the poison, Detective Sarah Mills sat beside my bed with my diary, reading each entry with growing horror. 3 years, she said quietly. You documented 3 years of systematic poisoning. Daphne, this is one of the most complete records of attempted murder I've ever seen. I knew no one would believe me without proof, I whispered. A kid saying their parents are poisoning them? Who believed that? Your diary makes it impossible not to believe, she said. The dates, the symptoms, the photos you mentioned. Where are those? Hidden at school. In my locker, behind the math textbooks. They found everything. The printed photos of the poison boxes. The research about inheritance law. The timeline showing how my health declined in perfect correlation with the vitamin regimen. But it was the diary that sealed the case, page after page of a young girl documenting her own slow murder. The arrest happened while I was still in the ICU. My parents had the audacity to show up at the hospital, playing the concerned guardians. They walked right into Detective Mills' waiting arms. Where's our daughter? Mom demanded. We were so worried when the school called. She's being treated for severe rat poison toxicity, Detective Mills replied. Funny thing, she's been documenting the poisoning in a diary. 3 years' worth of entries, very detailed. Dad's face went white. That's ridiculous. We gave her vitamins, not blue pellets, twice daily. From a box with a skull and crossbones hidden in your garage? The detective held up an evidence bag with the RODEX Extreme box. We found quite a stash, enough to kill several people if administered all at once, or one person if spread out over several years. The trial was a sensation. The prosecutor read entries from my diary, each one a nail in my parents' coffin. The jury saw the photos, the medical records showing my declining health, the trust fund documents that provided 2 million reasons for murder. The defendant didn't just poison their daughter, the prosecutor stated. They gaslit her, isolated her, made her question her own body's distress signals. And all the while, this brave young woman documented everything. She built her own case, knowing that someday she'd need proof that the people who were supposed to love her most were killing her. They were both sentenced to life in prison. The judge called it one of the most calculated, cold-blooded attempted murders he'd ever seen. The diary, he said, showed not just the crime, but the psychological torture of a child forced to participate in her own execution. I'm 18 now, living with a foster family who actually cares if I'm healthy. The trust fund that nearly cost my life now pays for my college and therapy. I still have health issues. 3 years of rat poison leaves lasting damage. But I'm alive. I keep the diary in a safety deposit box now. Sometimes I read it, marveling at the girl who had the presence of mind to document her own attempted murder. Every entry is evidence that I survived, that I fought back with the only weapon I had, the truth, written one page at a time. The last entry, written from my hospital bed, simply says, March 16th. I lived. They're arrested. The vitamins were poison, just like I knew. 3 years of evidence believed at last. I lived. And I did. One diary entry at a time. I saved my own life.
Your mum wouldn't even need this if you'd had a real job. Those words hit me like ice water through the phone. Aunt Vivian's voice, dripping with that particular brand of family poison she'd perfected over the years. I was standing in my cramped studio apartment, paint still wet under my fingernails, when she delivered that gut punch about Mum's cancer diagnosis. My name is Delaney, and apparently I'm the family disappointment. At least, that's what they've been telling me for the past 3 years, ever since I walked away from law school to chase what they call my little art hobby. I remember the exact moment I knew they'd never forgive me. It was Lindsay's MBA graduation dinner. The whole family gathered around the table at some overpriced steakhouse, toasting my sister's corporate success while I sat there like a ghost. To Lindsay, Dad raised his glass, his voice actually carrying pride for once. Our first MBA graduate. And definitely not our last, Mum chimed in, shooting me a pointed look. Some people still have time to make better choices. Lindsay practically glowed. Thanks, everyone. I mean, it wasn't easy, but at least I know I'm building something real, something that matters. The silence that followed was deafening. I could feel their eyes on me, waiting for me to defend myself, to explain why I'd thrown away a full scholarship to chase what Aston called finger painting for adults. Congratulations, Lindsay, I said, keeping my voice steady. I'm proud of you. Thanks. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Maybe you could still apply for next year's program. It's not too late to fix things. Fix things, like I was broken. Aston leaned back in his chair, already 3 drinks in. You know, Del, I was talking to my buddy Marcus about investment opportunities. Art's a tough market, really tough. Most people lose everything. I'm not most people. Right, he laughed, the kind that makes your skin crawl. Look, I get it. Everyone needs a creative outlet, but maybe it's time to think about a backup plan, something stable. Mum nodded along. Your father and I just worry about your future. We want you to be secure. I am secure. Selling paintings at weekend markets isn't secure, honey. Mum's voice carried that teacher tone she'd perfected during her years as a principal. It's a phase. That was 2 years ago. Since then, I'd been proving them wrong one canvas at a time, working 3 jobs to keep my studio, selling pieces to collectors who actually understood what I was creating. But to them, I was still the daughter who'd lost her way. Now Mum was sick, and somehow that was my fault too. I hung up on Vivian and stared at my latest painting, a swirling mass of blues and greys that looked like drowning. My phone buzzed with messages from Lindsay and Aston, both asking if I'd heard about Mum's diagnosis, both somehow making it sound like an inconvenience. Can you handle calling the insurance company? Lindsay texted. I'm swamped at work. Aston's message was even better. Heard about Mum. Tough break. Let me know if you need me to coordinate anything. I know people. Neither of them mentioned treatment costs. Neither asked how we'd pay for it. They just assumed someone else would figure it out. I walked to my easel and picked up my brush. The painting stared back at me, unfinished and angry. 3 years of their dismissal, their casual cruelty disguised as concern, their complete inability to see me as anything more than a cautionary tale. My phone rang again. This time it was Dad. Delaney, your mother wants to see you. How bad is it? Bad enough. His voice cracked. The treatments, they're expensive. Insurance will cover some, but I'll figure it out. You don't have to. Yes, I do. Because that's what you do for family, even when family treats you like a stranger, even when they've spent years making you feel invisible, even when they've made it clear that your dreams don't matter. I hung up and looked around my tiny apartment. Everything I owned, everything I'd built, everything I'd sacrificed for my art. It might not be enough, but it was all I had. My phone buzzed one more time, an email from an address I didn't recognize, with a subject line that made my heart skip. International competition, hearts born of disappointment. I opened it and started reading. The hospital smelled like disinfectant and broken dreams. I sat in the billing office, watching numbers climb on a computer screen like some twisted lottery I never wanted to win. The total for the first round of treatments will be $47,000, the billing coordinator said, her voice professionally sympathetic. Insurance covers about 60%. I did the math. $18,800, money I didn't have. Can we set up a payment plan? Of course. What would you be comfortable with monthly? I thought about my 3 jobs, morning shifts at the cafe, afternoon art classes for kids, weekend market booth, maybe $800 a month if I ate nothing but ramen. I'll pay it up front. She looked surprised. All of it? All of it. I walked out of that office knowing I was about to lose everything. My apartment, my studio, probably my sanity. But Mum was going to live. The next morning, I called my landlord. I need to mortgage my apartment. Delaney, you barely have any equity. Whatever I can get. 3 days later, I had $12,000 in my bank account and 30 days to find somewhere else to live. I spent the afternoon calling every collector who'd ever bought one of my pieces. Mrs. Patterson, who'd purchased my Midnight series last year, agreed to buy 3 more paintings for twice what I'd normally charge. James Morrison, who owned a small gallery downtown, took everything I had in storage. By evening, I was $8,000 short. My phone rang. Lindsay. Hey, how's Mum doing? She starts chemo next week. That's good. That's really good. A pause. Listen, I saw on Facebook that you're selling paintings. Are you okay financially? For a second, I thought she might offer to help. I'm managing. Good. I mean, I'd love to help, but you know how it is. I just bought the condo, and with my student loans... I understand. You're so strong, Del. I don't know how you do it. She hung up. 2 minutes later, she posted on Instagram. Praying for my mum during this difficult time. Family is everything. Far blessed Shah family first, Aston called an hour later. Heard you're liquidating assets. Smart move. Diversification is key in uncertain times. I'm paying for Mum's treatment. Right, of course. Hey, if you need business advice on maximising your art sales, I know some people. For a small consulting fee, obviously. Obviously. Think about it. This could be a great opportunity to really monetize your talent. He hung up before I could respond. His Facebook post went live 20 minutes later. Sometimes life tests us in ways we never expect. Grateful for family strength during challenging times. Or never give up, or fast family strong. I stared at my phone, watching the likes and comments pour in. Such a good son. Your family is lucky to have you. Praying for your mum. Not one mention of who was actually paying the bills. The next day, I met with Chaz at his gallery. He'd been buying my work for 2 years, one of the few people who understood what I was trying to say with paint. I need to sell everything, I told him. Fast. He looked at the paintings I'd brought. These are your best pieces. You sure about this? My mum has cancer. Shit. He ran his hand through his hair. Okay, I can move these in a week, but you're going to take a hit on price. How much of a hit? Maybe 60 cents on the dollar. Collectors know when you're desperate. Do it. While Chaz made calls, I sat in the hospital cafeteria with Mom. She looked smaller somehow, like the diagnosis had physically shrunk her. You don't have to do this, she said quietly. Yes, I do. Your art will still be there when you're better. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. For a moment I thought maybe things would be different now. Maybe this would change how she saw me. Then Vivian appeared at our table. "Well, look at this, the starving artist playing hero." She sat down uninvited. "Marlene, you know she's just doing this for attention, right?" "Vivienne," Mum started. "I'm serious. She drops out of law school, embarrasses the whole family, and now suddenly she's Mother Teresa because she sold some finger paintings." I stood up. "Those finger paintings are paying for treatment that could save her life. Please, if you'd stayed in school like a normal person, you'd have a real job with real insurance. This whole mess could have been avoided." Mum said nothing, just sat there while her sister tore me apart. That night, I got the email. Anonymous sender, subject line that made my blood freeze. International competition. Hearts born of disappointment. I opened it and started reading about a contest for artists who'd transformed personal rejection into universal truth. Prize money, $500,000. I looked around my empty apartment, boxes packed and ready for storage. Everything I owned fit in my car now, but maybe that was exactly what I needed to create something that would make them all pay attention. I moved into Chaz's storage room behind the gallery. 50 square feet of concrete floor and fluorescent lights, but it had electricity and running water. More importantly, it had space for an easel. "This is temporary," Chaz said, helping me carry in my supplies. "Just until you get back on your feet." "I know. The competition deadline is in 6 weeks. You sure you want to rush this?" I mixed paint on my palette, deep reds bleeding into black. I've been preparing for this my whole life. The first painting came together in 3 days. Abstract figures drowning in a sea of indifference, their mouths open in silent screams. I called it invisible labour. The second took a week, hands reaching up from darkness, while shadows above counted money. The cost of love. By the 3rd week, I had 7 paintings that made my chest tight just looking at them. My phone rang. Brianna. "Delaney! Oh my God, I heard about your mum. How are you holding up?" I hadn't talked to Brianna since high school. We'd been close once before life pulled us in different directions. "I'm managing. Listen, I know this is random, but I'm working in art management now. I represent emerging artists, help them break into bigger markets." "Congratulations. I saw some of your work online. It's incredible, really powerful stuff." I wiped paint from my hands. "What do you want, Brianna?" "There's this international competition, Vienna Art Prize. The theme is perfect for what you're doing. Art born from personal struggle. The winner gets $500,000 and a feature in Art Forum." "I already know about it." "You're entering?" "Maybe." "Delaney, this could change everything for you. Let me help. I know the judges. I know what they're looking for." "Why would you help me?" "Because we're friends, and because you deserve recognition." Something in her voice made me pause, but I needed allies. "Okay, come see what I'm working on." She arrived an hour later, dressed like she'd stepped out of a magazine. The storage room suddenly felt even smaller. "Jesus, Delaney, you're living here?" "Temporarily." She walked around my paintings, stopping at each one. "These are intense, really intense." "Too much?" "No, they're perfect." She turned to me. "This is exactly what the Vienna judges want. Raw emotion, personal truth. You have to enter. The entry fee is $500. I'll cover it. Brianna, consider it an investment. When you win, we'll talk about representation." That night, Aston called. "Hey, little sister, how's the art world treating you?" "Fine." "Listen, I've been thinking. This whole situation with Mum got me wondering about alternative investments. Art's having a moment, right? Maybe we could work together." "Work together how?" "I'm developing this new property, high-end condos. I need some original artwork for the lobby. Something that says, sophisticated but approachable. You interested?" I looked at my paintings, raw, angry, bleeding with years of pain. "I don't think my work fits what you're looking for." "Come on, you're flexible. You could paint something more commercial. I'm talking good money here. $5,000 for 3 pieces. 5,000. See, I knew you'd be interested. Just tone down the weird abstract stuff. Maybe some nice landscapes. Flowers." "I'll think about it." Don't think too long. I need them in 2 weeks. He hung up. 10 minutes later, his Instagram story showed him at some charity gala, caption reading, "Supporting local artists and family. Sir, give back our community strong." The next morning, I found Vivian in the hospital hallway, talking to 2 other women I didn't recognise. "She's always been dramatic," Vivian was saying. "Even as a child, everything had to be about her." "But she's paying for the treatment?" one woman asked. "Please, she sold some paintings. It's not like she's making a real sacrifice. Artists love playing the martyr." I walked past them to Mum's room. She was awake, looking better than she had in weeks. "How are you feeling?" "Stronger. The doctors say the treatment is working." "That's great news." "Delaney, I want you to know—" "You don't have to say anything." "Yes, I do. What you did, selling your work, giving up your apartment, I know it wasn't easy." For a moment I thought she might actually apologise, might acknowledge what her indifference had cost me. "I'm proud of you for helping family when it mattered. Not for my art, not for my sacrifice, for helping family." I kissed her forehead and left. That evening, I put the finishing touches on my competition entry, 8 paintings that told the story of invisible daughters and the price of unconditional love. Brianna came by to help me photograph them for submission. "These are going to destroy the competition," she said, adjusting the lighting. "The judges are going to eat this up." "What if they don't?" "They will, trust me." I submitted the portfolio at 11:47 p.m, 6 minutes before the deadline. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "She'll fall harder the higher she climbs." I stared at the message, my blood running cold. Only one person I knew talked like that. Vivian. The call came at 6:23 a.m. on a Tuesday. International number. "Ms. Douglas, this is Helena Richter from the Vienna Art Foundation. Congratulations, you've won the grand prize." I dropped my coffee mug. It shattered across the concrete floor of my storage room home. "I'm sorry, what?" "The Vienna International Art Prize, your submission." Hearts Born of Disappointment has been selected as this year's winner. The prize is $500,000 plus a feature spread in Art Forum International. My hands started shaking. "Are you sure?" "Quite sure. The judges were unanimous. Your work was described as devastatingly honest and a masterclass in transforming personal pain into universal truth." I sat down hard on my makeshift bed. When do I find out officially? "The announcement goes live in 1 hour. Congratulations, Ms. Douglas. You've created something truly extraordinary." 57 minutes later, my phone exploded. The first call was Brianna, screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. "Delaney, oh my God, you did it. You actually did it." "I can't believe it." "I can. I knew those judges would see what I saw. This is huge. This is career-making huge." The second call was from a number I recognised. Lindsay. "Del, oh my God, I just saw the news online. $500,000. That's incredible." "Thanks." Wow, I had no idea your art was... I always knew you were talented, but this is next level." "Uh-huh." "Listen, I know things have been weird between us, but I want you to know how proud I am. We should celebrate. Dinner this weekend?" Before I could answer, another call came in. Aston. "Holy shit, Del, my little sister, the international art star." "Hi, Aston. I'm looking at the article right now. Emerging American artist Delaney Douglas takes Vienna by storm. This is insane. Good insane." "Yeah, it's pretty surreal." "Listen, forget what I said about commercial art. You're obviously operating on a completely different level. I've got some collector friends who are going to want to meet you, high-end investors." "I'll think about it." "Don't think too long. Strike while the iron's hot, you know." The calls kept coming. Dad, crying actual tears of pride. Mum, weak but excited from her hospital bed. Cousins I hadn't heard from in years. High school teachers. That guy from the coffee shop who'd always been dismissive when I paid with crumpled bills. By noon, my social media was flooded with congratulations from people who'd ignored me for years. Lindsay's Instagram post made me laugh out loud. So proud of my incredibly talented sister, Art. Always knew she was destined for greatness. Proud sister, you are artists in the family, never gave up. The comments were even better. Your sister is so lucky to have such a supportive family. You must have always believed in her. Such a close family. Aston's post was more subtle but equally infuriating. Sometimes the biggest risks lead to the biggest rewards. Proud of family who follow their dreams. Entrepreneur mindset. Your family first. Art meets success. Even Vivian posted something. Congratulations to my niece on her achievement. Family success is everyone's success. My phone rang again. Chaz. You beautiful, brilliant genius. Do you know what you've done? Won a contest? You've made us both rich. I've got 17 people calling about your work. 17. I could sell everything in your portfolio 3 times over. That's great. Great? It's a fucking miracle. You want to know what Mrs. Patterson just offered for one of your older pieces? The one she bought for $2,000 last year? 15,000? 15? I walked to my easel where I'd been working on something new. A portrait, but different from anything I'd done before. More personal, more dangerous. Chaz, I need you to keep this quiet, but I'm working on something special. Another series? Just one piece, but it's important. How important? I looked at the canvas, half finished but already powerful. Important enough that I need you to promise me something. What? When I'm ready to show it, you'll display it exactly how I want, no questions asked. Delaney, what are you planning? Justice. That evening, I got a text from Mum. The whole family wants to throw you a celebration dinner. Your birthday is next month anyway. Please say yes. Another text, this one from Lindsay. I'm planning something special for your birthday. The whole family will be there. We want to show you how proud we are. And finally, Aston. Let me host your birthday party. I've got the perfect venue. Time to celebrate the family success story. I stared at those messages for a long time. Then I picked up my brush and added another stroke to the painting. A celebration dinner. The whole family together. Perfect. My phone buzzed one more time. A message from an art blogger I'd never heard of. Heard through the grapevine about a mysterious piece called Unforgiven, making waves in underground art circles. Any comment? I smiled and turned back to my canvas. Soon, I whispered to the half-finished faces staring back at me. Very soon. The restaurant was fancier than anywhere we'd ever eaten as a family. Aston had reserved the private dining room, complete with crystal glasses and cloth napkins that probably cost more than my old monthly grocery budget. This is incredible, Mum said, looking around the room. She'd gained some weight back, colour returning to her cheeks. The treatment was working. Only the best for our international art star, Aston grinned, pulling out her chair. Nothing's too good for family. Lindsay arrived with a bottle of champagne that looked expensive. For the guest of honour? She hugged me tight, like we'd always been close. I can't believe my little sister is famous. Dad sat quietly, but he kept smiling at me. Real smiles, not the worried looks I'd gotten used to. So, tell us everything, Lindsay said as we sat down. What was it like getting that call? I bet you screamed. I dropped my coffee. That's so you, Aston laughed. Always understated, but seriously, Del, this is huge, life-changing, huge. The waiter brought appetizers I couldn't pronounce. Everyone was talking at once, asking about interviews and photo shoots, and what I'd do with the prize money. You should invest it, Aston said. I know some great opportunities. Real estate's always solid. Or pay off your student loans, Mum suggested. Get a fresh start. What student loans? I asked. From law school, before you know. I never took loans for law school. I had a scholarship. Awkward silence. Right, Mum said quickly. Of course, I just meant, if you had any debts. Lindsay jumped in. The important thing is you're successful now. All that struggle was worth it. What struggle? You know, the starving artist thing. Living in that tiny apartment, working all those jobs. I looked around the table. You mean when I was paying for Mum's cancer treatment? Another silence. Well, yes, Lindsay said carefully. But that's behind us now. You're successful. You made it. The main course arrived, perfectly cooked steaks that cost more than I used to make in a day. I have to ask, Mum said, cutting her meat. What inspired those paintings, the ones that won? I took a sip of wine. Personal experience. They were so intense, she continued. All that pain and anger. Where did that come from? I stared at her. Where do you think it came from? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Aston cleared his throat. Art's supposed to be emotional, right? That's what makes it valuable. Exactly, Lindsay nodded. You took your emotions and turned them into something profitable. It's actually really smart. I excused myself to use the bathroom. In the hallway, I called Chaz. How's the family celebration? He asked. Perfect. Is everything ready for tomorrow? The piece is hung exactly where you wanted it, anonymous like you requested. But Delaney, are you sure about this? I've never been more sure of anything. It's going to cause a shitstorm. Good. When I returned to the table, they were talking about vacation plans. We should all go somewhere together, Mum was saying. A family trip. We could afford something nice now. Great idea, Aston said. I know this place in the Hamptons. We could rent a house for a week, Lindsay added. Really reconnect as a family. I sat down and picked up my fork. That sounds lovely. You're being quiet, Dad said. Everything okay? Just thinking. About what? I looked around the table at their expectant faces. All of them so happy, so proud, so ready to claim credit for supporting me. About how things change. They do, Mum smiled. Sometimes for the better. Sometimes. Dessert came with a candle, even though my birthday wasn't for another week. They sang Happy Birthday off key, and I blew out the flame. Make a wish, Lindsay said. I already did. As we were leaving, I overheard Lindsay talking to Mum by the coat check. I'm glad she turned her little hobby into something useful, Lindsay said quietly. Maybe now she'll understand why we were worried about her choices. She was always so stubborn, Mum replied. But you're right, at least the art thing worked out. They didn't see me standing there. In the parking lot, everyone hugged me goodbye. This was perfect, Mum said, just like old times. Better than old times, Aston corrected. Now we have something to really celebrate. See you soon, Lindsay called out. We should do this more often. I drove back to the gallery in silence. Chaz was waiting for me with a cup of coffee and a worried expression. Last chance to change your mind, he said. I walked over to the covered painting in the corner. Even hidden under the cloth, it felt powerful, dangerous. Tomorrow's the opening? 2 p.m. I've already got 50 people confirmed, including some major collectors and that critic from the Times. Perfect. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Heard about your little surprise tomorrow. This won't end well for you. I showed Chaz the text. Vivienne? He asked. Has to be. How does she know? I pulled the cloth off the painting and stared at it. 3 months of work. Every brushstroke deliberate. Every detail calculated for maximum impact. She doesn't know what she's talking about. Delaney, this is going to destroy your family. No, I said, touching up one final detail. It's going to show them exactly who they are. The gallery was packed. I'd never seen so many people at one of Chaz's openings. Word had gotten out about the mysterious new piece by the Vienna prize winner, and the art world was buzzing. I stood in the corner, watching my family arrive. Mum looked nervous but excited. Dad kept adjusting his tie. Lindsay had brought her boyfriend, and Aston showed up with some woman I didn't recognise. There she is, Aston called out, spotting me across the room. The star of the show! They made their way over, champagne glasses in hand, all smiles and congratulations. This is so exciting, Mum said, squeezing my arm. Your first major gallery showing since Vienna. What's the piece called? Lindsay asked, looking around. I don't see anything new. It's in the back room, I said. The centrepiece. Chaz wanted to build suspense. Very dramatic, Aston laughed. I love it. Great marketing. Vivienne appeared at my elbow like a bad omen. Well, well, look who's the centre of attention now. Hello, Vivienne. I heard you have something special to show us today. I do. Her smile was sharp. I can't wait to see it. Chaz stepped onto a small platform and tapped his wine glass. The crowd quieted. Thank you all for coming. Tonight we're privileged to debut a new work by Vienna Prize winner Delaney Douglas. This piece, titled Unforgiven, represents a departure from her previous work, more personal, more direct, more revealing. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The artist has requested that her family be the first to view the piece. Delaney? I walked to the front of the room. My family followed, looking pleased to be singled out. Before we see the painting, I said, my voice carrying clearly, I want to say something about family. Mom beamed. Dad nodded encouragingly. Family is supposed to be your foundation, the people who believe in you when no one else will, who support your dreams even when they don't understand them. That's beautiful, honey, Mum said. Family should celebrate your successes and help you through failures. They should see your worth even when the world doesn't. Lindsay wiped her eyes. You're going to make me cry. But sometimes, I continued, family becomes the very thing that breaks you. Sometimes the people who should love you unconditionally are the ones who make you feel worthless. The room got quieter. Sometimes you sacrifice everything for people who wouldn't cross the street for you. Sometimes you give until you have nothing left, and they still find ways to diminish what you've done. Aston shifted uncomfortably. Del, what are you... Sometimes, I said louder, the only way to make them see you is to show them exactly who they are. I walked to the back room and pulled the rope. The curtain fell away. The painting was 6 feet tall and 8 feet wide, photorealistic in its detail. It showed a hospital billing office, viewed from above like a security camera. 5 figures sat around a desk covered in medical bills and insurance forms. But these weren't just any figures. They were my family, painted with brutal accuracy. Mum in her hospital gown, looking small and scared. Dad beside her, hands folded helplessly. Lindsay checking her phone. Aston looking at his watch. Vivienne whispering to someone off canvas. And in the corner, barely visible, a 6th figure. Me, standing alone by a payment window, credit card in hand. But that wasn't the devastating part. Above each figure, painted in elegant script, were their actual words, text messages, social media posts, conversations I'd overheard, all of it. Above Lindsay, glad she turned her little hobby into something useful. Above Aston, she's always been dramatic, everything has to be about her. Above Vivienne, the starving artist playing hero. Above Mum, it's not like she's making a real sacrifice. And at the bottom, in gold letters, Vienna International Art Prize winner, prize money donated to the Miriam Ray Foundation in honour of a mother who actually believed. The silence was deafening. Mum's hand flew to her mouth. Lindsay went pale. Aston's face turned red. "What the hell is this?" he whispered. "It's the truth," I said calmly. "It's what you all really think of me, painted exactly as it happened." "Delaney," Mum's voice was shaking, "you can't... This isn't... fair?" I asked. "You're right. It's not fair, just like it wasn't fair when I sold everything I owned to save your life while you all posted on social media about family strength." "We supported you," Lindsay said weakly. "You supported the idea of me, the version that made you look good, but you never supported me." Vivienne stepped forward, her face twisted with rage. "You vindictive little—" "Careful," I said. "There are reporters here." And there were. I could see phones recording, cameras flashing. The art critic from the Times was taking notes furiously. "The prize money," Dad said quietly. "You really gave it all away?" every penny, to Brianna's mother's foundation. She died of cancer 3 years ago, but she used to come to my art shows. She told me I had talent when no one else would. Mum started crying, real tears, not the performative kind. I wanted to do something for a mother who never doubted, I said, looking directly at her, since mine never believed. The crowd was pressing closer, trying to see the painting, trying to hear every word. Aston grabbed my arm. "You're going to destroy this family." I pulled away. "I didn't destroy anything. I just painted what was already there." "This is cruel," Lindsay whispered. "No," I said. "Cruel is watching your daughter sell everything she owns to save your life and then calling it a hobby. Cruel is taking credit for someone else's sacrifice. Cruel is making someone feel invisible for 3 years and then acting proud when the world finally sees them." I walked towards the exit, leaving them standing there with their truth hanging on the wall for everyone to see. "Delaney, wait," Dad called out. I turned back. "What?" His voice was barely audible. "We failed you, and now we can't fix it." "No," I said, "you can't." The aftermath hit like a tsunami. I sat in my storage room the next morning, scrolling through hundreds of messages. The gallery opening had gone viral overnight. Someone had live-streamed the whole confrontation, and now Sir Unforgiven painting was trending on 3 different platforms. My phone rang. Chaz. "Delaney, you need to see the news." "Which news?" "All of it. CNN picked up the story, so did the Times, the Post, and about 50 art blogs. You're everywhere." I turned on my laptop. The headlines were brutal. "Artist's Revenge, Vienna Winner Exposes Family Hypocrisy in Stunning Gallery Ambush." The painting that destroyed a family when art becomes warfare. Viral art piece shows the dark side of family dynamics. My phone buzzed with a call from a number I didn't recognize. "Delaney, this is Sarah Martinez from Good Morning America. We'd love to have you on the show to discuss." I hung up. It rang again immediately. "Ms. Douglas, this is James Patterson from the Washington Post. I'm writing a piece about your gallery exhibition and—" I turned the phone off, but I couldn't turn off the internet. The comments were pouring in by the thousands. "This is the most powerful piece of art I've ever seen. She's a vindictive narcissist who destroyed her family for attention." Finally, someone calling out toxic family dynamics. "This is emotional abuse disguised as art. As someone who paid for my parents' medical bills while my siblings did nothing, I felt this in my soul. She's a monster. She's a hero." The gallery door opened. Lindsay walked in, looking like she hadn't slept. "We need to talk." "Do we?" "The whole world is watching us now. Do you understand what you've done?" I closed my laptop. "I painted the truth. You humiliated us, in public, in front of everyone." "How do you think I felt for 3 years?" She sat down on a paint-stained chair. "We made mistakes, I get that. But this is nuclear." "Good. Aston's talking about suing you for defamation or emotional distress or something. Let him try. Everything in that painting is documented. Screenshots, recordings, witnesses. Mum hasn't stopped crying since yesterday. Maybe she should have thought about that before she let Vivian tear me apart in the hospital cafeteria." Lindsay's voice broke. "She's sick, Delaney. She's still sick. And I'm the one who paid to keep her alive, while you posted Instagram stories about family strength. I know we screwed up, but can't we fix this? Can't we move past it?" I looked at her, really looked. The designer clothes, the perfect makeup, the life built on a foundation of other people's sacrifices. What would moving past it look like, Lindsay? You all pretending to respect my art while secretly thinking I'm still the family failure? More fake congratulations and hollow support? It wouldn't be fake anymore. Because I won a prize, because I'm successful now. But what about when I was struggling? What about when I needed you? She didn't answer. My phone, which I'd forgotten to turn back off, rang again. This time it was Mom. "Delaney, please, can we talk?" we're talking. In person, just you and me. Why? Because I need to say things I should have said years ago. I met her at the hospital cafe where we'd sat during her treatment. She looked fragile, older than her 59 years. I saw the news coverage, she said quietly. And? They're calling you brave, revolutionary. They're saying you've started a conversation about family dynamics that needed to happen. What do you think? She stirred her coffee for a long time. I think I failed you as a mother. The words hung between us. I was so focused on what I thought success looked like that I couldn't see what you were actually accomplishing. I was embarrassed by your choices because they weren't my choices. Mum, let me finish. When you dropped out of law school, I felt like it reflected badly on me, like I'd raised a quitter, but you weren't quitting. You were choosing something harder. She reached into her purse and pulled out a folded newspaper clipping. This is from the Vienna Arts Foundation website, the description of your winning series. Do you know what it says? I shook my head. It says your work transforms personal rejection into universal truth with devastating honesty. It says you've created a new language for discussing family trauma and resilience. She slid the clipping across the table. I never understood your art because I never tried to understand you. And when you needed me most, when you were sacrificing everything for my life, I let other people diminish what you were doing. Why are you telling me this now? Because I'm dying, Delaney. The words hit like ice water. The cancer's back, aggressive this time. The doctors give me maybe 6 months. I stared at her. Does everyone else know? Not yet. I wanted to tell you first. Why? Because you're the one who deserves to know. You're the one who fought for my life when no one else would. She reached across the table and took my hand. I can't undo the damage I've done. I can't take back the years of making you feel invisible, but I can tell you the truth now. Which is? You're the strongest person I know, and I'm sorry it took me this long to see it. We sat in silence for a long time. Finally she spoke again. The painting. It's going to be in museums someday, isn't it? Probably. Good. Let them see what happens when families fail their children. Let them learn from our mistakes. She stood up slowly. I need to go tell the others about the cancer, but Delaney? Yeah? I'm proud of you, not because you won a prize, because you survived us. The messages started flooding in within hours of Mum's diagnosis becoming public. Suddenly, everyone wanted to reconcile, to make amends, to be part of the story. Aston called first. Del, I heard about Mum. Listen, about the lawsuit thing. Forget I ever mentioned it. We need to stick together as a family right now. Now you want to stick together. I know I messed up. We all did. But she's dying, and we can't waste time on grudges. It's not a grudge, Aston. It's consequences. Lindsay showed up at the gallery that evening with takeout and red eyes. I brought Chinese food, your favourite from that place on 5th Street. I'm not hungry. Please, just sit with me for 5 minutes. We ate in silence while she cried into her lo mein. I keep thinking about what you said, she finally whispered, about us only caring now that you're successful. Because it's true. I know, but I want you to know something. When I saw that painting, when I really looked at it, I didn't see an attack. I saw pain, your pain, and I realised I'd been causing it for years. She pulled out her phone and showed me her Instagram. She'd deleted every post about my success, every fake family moment, every hollow congratulation. I'm not asking for forgiveness, she said. I'm just asking you to let me try to be better. The gallery door opened. Vivian walked in, looking smaller than I'd ever seen her. I came to apologise. Did you now? That text I sent you, about falling harder the higher you climb, I was angry and jealous and honest. No, I was cruel. I've been cruel to you since you were a child, and I don't even know why. She sat down heavily. Maybe because you reminded me of myself at your age. I wanted to be an artist too, you know. But I was too scared to try. So you decided to tear down someone who wasn't? Yes, and I'm ashamed of that. Dad came by the next morning. He didn't say much, just helped me organise my paintings and swept the floor. We worked in comfortable silence until he finally spoke. "Your mother wants to see the painting again." "She's seen it." "Not like that. She wants to really look at it, study it. She says it's the most honest thing anyone's ever created about our family." "It is. Will you bring her? She's too weak to come here." I found myself back in that hospital room, wheeling in a smaller version of Unforgiven that Chaz had printed on canvas. Mum stared at it for a long time. "It's beautiful," she said finally. "It's brutal." "Same thing sometimes." She pointed to the figure of herself in the painting. "Look how small I am there. How scared." "You were scared?" "I was, of losing control, of depending on someone I'd spent years dismissing, of admitting I was wrong about everything that mattered." She touched the painted words above her figure. "I said those things because I was terrified of how much I needed you, and I couldn't handle that need coming from someone I'd taught myself to see as a failure." "Mom, let me finish. I have something for you." She reached into her bedside drawer and pulled out a letter. "I wrote this for after I'm gone, but I want you to read it now." The letter was 3 pages long. It started with an apology and ended with something that made me cry for the first time since the gallery opening. "You saved my life twice, Delaney, once with your money and once with your art. The painting showed me who I really was, and it wasn't someone I could live with. So I'm choosing to die as someone different, someone who sees you, someone who's proud of you, someone who loves you not despite your choices, but because of your courage to make them." A knock on the door interrupted us. A young girl, maybe 16, peeked in. "Excuse me, are you Delaney Douglas?" "Yes." "I saw your painting online, the one about family." Her voice was shaky. "I just wanted to say thank you." "For what?" "For showing me I'm not crazy. My family makes me feel invisible too, but seeing your art, seeing how you turned that pain into something powerful, it made me feel less alone." She handed me a small sketch. "I drew this after I saw your painting. It's not very good, but it's perfect." After she left, Mum squeezed my hand. "That's why you did it, isn't it? Not just for revenge, for everyone who feels invisible?" "Maybe. Definitely." The painting now hangs permanently in the Modern Art Museum. The placard reads, "Unforgiven, a meditation on family dysfunction and the courage to speak truth through art." I get letters about it every week. From daughters who feel unseen, from sons who sacrificed everything for ungrateful families, from people who found the strength to set boundaries after seeing mine. Mum died on a Tuesday morning in spring. Her last words to me were, "Paint something beautiful next." At her funeral, Aston gave a speech about family love and support. Lindsay read a poem about mothers and daughters. Vivian cried appropriately, but I didn't speak. Instead, I placed a single paintbrush on her casket. The art world calls Unforgiven my masterpiece. Critics say it revolutionized how we talk about family trauma. It's been featured in textbooks and documentaries, but the moment that mattered most happened last week. I was walking through the museum when I saw a mother and teenage daughter standing in front of the painting. "It made me feel seen," the girl whispered, the same words that young visitor had said in Mum's hospital room. Her mother nodded. "Me too." They stood there for a long time, really looking, really seeing. I painted my pain to bury it, but in the silence of that gallery, surrounded by strangers who understood, I heard it breathe again. Not as suffering this time, but as something else entirely, as truth, as healing, as hope, and maybe, finally, as forgiveness.
The call came at 2:47 a.m. on a Tuesday. I know because I was staring at my phone, wondering if I should answer or let it go to voicemail like I had the last 3 times Mom called this week. "Yesenia, honey, please. I know it's late, but..." "Mom, what's wrong?" I sat up in bed, instantly awake. She was crying. My mother never cried on the phone. "We're going to lose the house." The words hit me like ice water. I was already reaching for my jeans before she finished explaining about the missed payments, the foreclosure notice, the 30 days to come up with $8,000 or lose everything. My name is Yesenia, and I've always been the good daughter, the responsible one, the one who calls on birthdays, sends Christmas cards, and never asks for anything. So when my parents needed saving, there was never really a choice. I'm coming home, I said. Oh, honey, you don't have to. I'm packing now. 3 days later, I was back in my childhood bedroom, staring at the glow-in-the-dark stars I'd stuck to the ceiling when I was 12. My Aurora apartment, the cute one-bedroom with exposed brick and a view of the mountains, was already listed for subletting. My life, carefully built over the last 5 years, packed into boxes and shoved into storage. You're an angel, Mom said, hovering in my doorway with a cup of coffee I didn't want. I don't know what we would have done. It's temporary, I reminded her, though we both knew I was lying. Just until you get back on your feet. Dad appeared behind her, looking older than his 59 years. Your brother's doing real well with his new business. Maybe he can help out soon too. Right on cue, the front door slammed open and Zion's voice boomed through the house. Guess who just closed another round of funding? I followed my parents downstairs to find my 27-year-old brother spinning car keys around his finger. Through the window, I could see a sleek black BMW in the driveway. Holy shit, Zion, Mom gasped, then immediately covered her mouth. Sorry, language. But that's beautiful. Tesla Model S, he said, grinning. Fully loaded. The investors insisted I look the part. Dad clapped him on the shoulder. That's my boy. Always knew you'd make it big. I watched this scene unfold from the stairs, feeling something cold settle in my stomach. My brother, who'd never held a job for more than 6 months, who'd moved back in with our parents 3 times in the past 2 years, was suddenly successful enough for a car that cost more than I made in a year. What exactly does your company do again? I asked. Zion's smile flickered for just a second. Tech solutions, data optimization. It's pretty complex. Right. I came down the rest of the stairs. Well, congratulations. Thanks, sis. Hey, maybe now that I'm doing well, you won't have to sacrifice so much. I know moving back here was a big deal. The way he said it, like my sacrifice was some noble gesture instead of a necessity, made my jaw clench. But I smiled. Family comes first. That evening, we ordered pizza to celebrate Zion's success. Mom brought out the good wine glasses, the ones we only used for holidays. Dad made a toast about being proud of both his children, but his eyes stayed on Zion the whole time. To new beginnings, Dad said, raising his glass. To family, Mom added. To making it, Zion said with that cocky grin. I raised my glass but didn't say anything. I was too busy doing math in my head, calculating how many months of mortgage payments that car represented, wondering how my brother could afford luxury while our parents faced foreclosure. Later that night, I was in the kitchen getting water when I heard my parents talking in low voices on the back porch. I'm just so proud he's finally making something of himself, Mom was saying. About time, Dad replied. Though I have to admit, I'm worried about the cost. What do you mean? There was a long pause. Nothing. Just, success always comes with a price, doesn't it? I stood frozen by the sink, glass halfway to my lips. Something in Dad's tone made my skin crawl. The way he said cost, like he knew something he wasn't saying. I crept closer to the door, but their voices had dropped too low to make out the words. All I caught was Mom saying something about, as long as Yesenia doesn't find out, before they moved inside. Find out what? I went to bed that night with questions buzzing in my head like angry wasps. But I pushed them down, told myself I was being paranoid. This was my family. They needed me, and I was here to help. I had no idea I was about to become the biggest fool in Colorado. The first red flag came 2 weeks later when I asked Dad for the mortgage paperwork. Just want to see the payment schedule, I said, trying to sound casual while I made coffee. You know, so I can budget properly. Dad looked up from his newspaper, that deer-in-headlights expression I remembered from childhood whenever I asked about money. Oh, you don't need to worry about all that technical stuff, honey. Dad, I'm 29. I think I can handle reading a mortgage statement. Of course, it's just, your mother handles all the paperwork. Lucille, he called toward the living room. Where do we keep the mortgage stuff? Mom appeared in the doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel. Why do you need that? Yesenia wants to see the payment schedule. The look that passed between them lasted maybe 2 seconds, but it felt like an hour. Mom's smile was too bright when she turned to me. I'll dig it up later, sweetie. Everything's such a mess right now. 3 days passed. No paperwork. When I brought it up again, Mom claimed she couldn't find it. When I offered to call the bank directly, Dad said he'd handle it. When I suggested we all go to the bank together, suddenly they were too busy. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I started paying attention. I kept meticulous records of my transfers, 2,847 on the 15th of each month, directly into Dad's checking account. I started noting when mail arrived, what bills came when, how my parents acted around money conversations. And I started watching Zion. Another client dinner, he announced Friday night, adjusting his new Rolex. This startup life is crazy, but somebody's got to wine and dine the investors. Where are you taking them? I asked. That new steakhouse downtown, the one with the Wagyu. I knew that place. Dinner for two ran about $300. For someone supposedly reinvesting everything back into his company, Zion was living pretty well. How's the company doing, really? I pressed. Like, are you profitable yet? Zion's jaw tightened. These things take time, Yesenia. You wouldn't understand the complexities of venture capital. Try me. Look, I don't have time to explain business to someone who's never run one. He grabbed his keys. Some of us have real responsibilities. The comment stung, but not as much as the dismissal in his voice. Like I was some kid asking stupid questions instead of the person currently keeping our family's roof over their heads. That weekend, while everyone was out, I did something I'd never done before. I went through Dad's desk. I told myself I was just looking for the mortgage paperwork they kept forgetting to show me. But drawer after drawer, I found everything except what I needed. Old tax returns, insurance policies, a folder full of Zion's report cards from high school, all A's and B's that I knew for a fact were actually C's and D's. Then I found the bank statements. The folder was tucked behind a stack of old National Geographic magazines, like someone had hidden it in a hurry. 3 months of statements for an account I'd never heard of. An account with Zion's name on it. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. There it was, clear as day. Monthly deposits of $2,147. The exact amount I'd been sending for the mortgage, every single month. My money wasn't going to save the house. It was funding my brother's fantasy lifestyle. I sat there on Dad's office floor, surrounded by evidence of the most casual betrayal imaginable, and felt something break inside my chest. Not my heart. Something deeper. Something that had been holding my family together in my mind. The front door slammed. Yesenia, you home? Zion's voice echoed through the house. I shoved the statements back in the folder, closed the drawer, and walked out of the office like nothing had happened. Hey, I said when I found him in the kitchen, pulling expensive-looking bottles out of a shopping bag. Perfect timing. He held up a small wrapped box. Got you something. What for? Just, thanks for helping out the family. I know it's been hard on you. I unwrapped it slowly. Inside was a bottle of Chanel perfume, the kind that cost $200, the kind I'd never buy for myself because it seemed wasteful. Zion, this is too much. Nothing's too much for my big sister. He grinned, that charming smile that had gotten him out of trouble his entire life. Besides, business is good. I can afford to spoil the people I love. I held the bottle, feeling its weight. $200. Probably bought with money I'd transferred last week, money I'd earned working overtime at a job I hated, money that was supposed to save our childhood home. Thank you, I said. It's beautiful. You deserve it. The worst part wasn't the lie. It wasn't even the theft. The worst part was how genuine he sounded when he said I deserved it. Like he actually believed his own bullshit. That night, I lay in bed staring at those glow-in-the-dark stars, holding a bottle of perfume bought with my own stolen money, and felt something cold and sharp crystallize in my chest. They thought I was stupid. All of them. Time to prove them wrong. I became a different person overnight. Not angry. Anger was too hot, too obvious. I became ice. "Morning, sweetheart," Mom said when I came down for coffee the next day. "You're up early." Couldn't sleep. I poured my coffee, black, no sugar, no cream. Everything felt different now, even coffee. "Oh, I meant to tell you, I found some of those mortgage papers you wanted. They're on the kitchen counter." I glanced at the stack of documents. Photocopies, not originals. Half the pages were missing. The payment schedule was conveniently absent. "Thanks," I said, not touching them. Mom hovered, waiting for me to look through them, to ask questions, to play along with whatever game this was. When I didn't, she fidgeted with her coffee mug. "Everything okay, honey? You seem quiet." "Just tired." That became my standard response. When Dad asked why I wasn't eating much, "Just tired." When Zion wondered why I wasn't asking about his business anymore, "Just tired." When anyone tried to engage me in conversation, "Just tired." But I wasn't tired. I was planning. I opened a new bank account at a different branch, started having my paychecks deposited there instead of my old account. Began moving money in small amounts, nothing large enough to trigger alerts or questions. I updated my resume for the first time in 2 years. Started browsing apartment listings in Aurora, Denver, even Fort Collins. Anywhere but here. "You've been on your laptop a lot," Mom observed one evening, settling onto the couch beside me. "Work stuff." "This late?" I closed the laptop, just catching up. She studied my face like she was trying to read something there. "You know you can talk to me, right? If something's bothering you?" The audacity was breathtaking. I looked at her, really looked, and saw a stranger. When had she become someone who could lie so easily? When had I become someone she thought was stupid enough to believe it? "Nothing's bothering me, Mom." 3 days later, Mara called. "Okay, what's wrong?" she said without preamble. "You've been weird on our texts, and you missed girls' night without explanation." "I'm fine." "Bullshit! I've known you since college. You're never fine when you say you're fine. What happened?" I almost hung up. Almost kept playing the game, pretending everything was normal. But Mara was the one person in my life who'd never lied to me. "Can you meet me for lunch tomorrow? Somewhere in Aurora." "Of course." "But Yesenia?" "Not over the phone." The next day, I told my parents I had errands to run. Mara was already waiting at the coffee shop when I arrived, her face creased with worry. "Jesus, you look terrible," she said. "When's the last time you slept?" "I've been sleeping fine. Try again." So I told her everything. The mortgage lies, the bank statements, the perfume bought with my own money. Mara's expression shifted from concern to disbelief to pure rage. "Those fucking parasites," she said when I finished. "How much have they stolen?" 8,000 so far, maybe more. You have to confront them. No. Yesenia. No. I stirred my coffee, watching the cream swirl. Confronting them gives them a chance to explain, to make excuses, to manipulate me into staying. I'm done being manipulated. "So, what's your plan?" "I'm leaving." Mara leaned back in her chair. "When?" "Soon. I'm just waiting for the right moment." "This isn't just about money," she said quietly. "This is your family. What will payback cost you? Less than staying will." "Yesenia." "They made their choice, Mara. They chose Zion over me, chose lies over truth, chose to use me instead of love me. Now I'm making mine." She was quiet for a long moment. "What do you need from me?" "Nothing. Just don't try to talk me out of it." I wouldn't dream of it. The opportunity came the following Friday. Dad announced they were all going to Denver for the weekend, some celebration for Zion's latest round of funding. "You should come," Mom said. "It'll be fun, like old times." "I have plans." "What plans?" "Just plans." They left Saturday morning in Zion's BMW, all smiles and excitement. I watched from my bedroom window as they drove away, then waited another hour to make sure they weren't coming back for something forgotten. Then I got to work. I packed methodically. Clothes, toiletries, the few personal items that actually mattered. Everything else, the furniture they'd given me, the decorations, the childhood mementos, I left behind. None of it felt like mine anymore. I printed out copies of every bank statement, every transfer, every piece of evidence I'd collected. Put them in a folder labeled, "For your records." I cleaned my room until it looked like I'd never lived there. Made the bed with hospital corners, dusted the surfaces, even wiped down the baseboards. Finally, I sat at the kitchen table and wrote a note on a yellow sticky note. This was never my home, just my debt. I stuck it to the refrigerator and walked out the front door. My phone started ringing before I even reached my car. I turned it off, threw it in my purse, and drove away without looking back. For the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe. 4 weeks of silence. 4 weeks of sleeping in Mara's guest room, working double shifts, and pretending my phone didn't exist. I'd blocked all their numbers, but I could see the missed call notifications piling up before I deleted them. Then Naomi showed up at my work. "Your family is losing their minds," my cousin said, cornering me by the copy machine. "Your mom called my mom crying. They can't reach you." "Good. Yesenia, come on. Whatever happened? Did they tell you what happened?" Naomi shifted uncomfortably. "They said you had some kind of breakdown, moved out without warning." "That's what they said?" "Look, I don't know the details, but—" "Then you don't know enough to have an opinion." She grabbed my arm as I tried to walk away. "Zion's company collapsed. He's in deep shit. And the house is going into foreclosure for real this time." I stopped. "When?" "2 weeks ago, maybe less. Your parents are desperate, Yesenia. They need you. They needed me before. They chose to lie instead. I don't understand." "Ask them to explain it. I'm sure they'll have a great story." But Naomi kept calling, kept showing up. Finally, I agreed to meet them, all of them, at a neutral location. A coffee shop in downtown Denver, where I could leave whenever I wanted. They were already there when I arrived, huddled around a corner table like refugees. Dad looked like he'd aged 5 years in a month. Mom's eyes were red and puffy. Zion sat slumped in his chair, staring at his hands. I pulled up a chair but didn't sit close. "You have 20 minutes. "Honey," Mom started. 19 minutes and 50 seconds. Dad cleared his throat. "We know you're angry." "I'm not angry. Angry implies I still care enough to feel something." The words hit them like a slap. Mom actually flinched. "We made mistakes," Dad continued. "We should have been honest with you from the beginning." "About which part? The fake mortgage crisis or the fact that you were funneling my money to Zion?" Zion looked up for the first time. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. How was it supposed to happen? The business was real. The investors were real. I needed bridge funding until the next round came through. Bridge funding. I laughed, and it sounded ugly even to me. "Is that what we're calling theft now?" "It wasn't theft," Mom said quickly. "We were going to pay you back." "With what money? The house is in foreclosure. Zion's broke. Dad's still working the same job he's had for 15 years. Where exactly was this payback money going to come from?" Silence. "We're sorry," Dad said finally. "We're so sorry, but we need your help. You need my help. The foreclosure is real this time. We have 30 days. And you want me to what? Move back in? Send more money? Pretend none of this happened?" "We want you to come home," Mom whispered. "That was never my home. It was just a place where you used me. Zion slammed his hand on the table. Jesus Christ, Yesenia, we get it, okay? We fucked up, but we're family. You can't just abandon us. Watch me. I stood up, but Dad grabbed my wrist. Please, just tell us what you want. What would it take? I looked down at him, this man who'd raised me, who'd taught me to ride a bike and helped with my homework, and never once stood up for me when it mattered. You want my help? Yes. Fine, I'll buy the house. They stared at me like I'd spoken in a foreign language. I'll pay off the mortgage, handle the foreclosure, save your precious family home. Yesenia, that's... Mom started. But I buy it. Full ownership. My name on the deed. You pay me rent, market rate, first and last month up front, signed lease agreement. You can't be serious, Zion said. And Zion doesn't live there. What? Mom gasped. He's not on the lease. He's not welcome in the house. He finds somewhere else to live. That's my childhood home too, Zion shouted. Should have thought of that before you stole from me. You can't do this, he said, standing up so fast his chair tipped over. You can't just control us like this. I smiled for the first time in weeks. I'm not controlling you. I'm just getting what I paid for. Zion threw his coffee cup against the wall. The ceramic shattered, dark liquid streaming down the white paint. Other customers turned to stare. You're trying to fucking destroy us! No, I said calmly, gathering my purse. I'm trying to save you. This is me being generous. This is me giving you a second chance you don't deserve. I pulled out a business card and placed it on the table. That's my lawyer's number. If you want the deal, call him. You have 48 hours. And if we don't? Dad asked. Then you lose the house anyway, and I keep my money. I walked toward the door, then turned back. Oh, and Zion, next time you want to thank someone for their sacrifice, maybe don't buy the gift with their own money. The look on his face was worth every sleepless night. They called my lawyer 36 hours later. The closing took 2 weeks. I paid cash, my savings, the money I'd been secretly moving, plus a loan against my 401k. When I signed the deed, my hand didn't shake. When the realtor handed me the keys, I felt nothing. Congratulations on your new home, she said brightly. Thanks. Moving back in felt like wearing clothes that no longer fit. Everything was exactly the same, but I was different. The house knew it too. We cleaned out your room, Mom said nervously as I carried my suitcase upstairs. Put fresh sheets on the bed. This isn't my room anymore. It's the master bedroom in my house. She flinched. Of course, I just meant... Where's the lease? On the kitchen table. I found it there, along with a check for first month's rent and security deposit. The amount looked painful in Dad's careful handwriting. Zion wanted to say goodbye, Mom said, hovering behind me. But he's staying with his friend Carson until he finds his own place. Good. He's really struggling, Yesenia. The business failing hit him hard. I looked at her. Are you asking me to feel sorry for him? I'm asking you to remember he's your brother. My brother stole from me. My brother used money I earned to buy toys while I sacrificed everything for this family. My brother is exactly where he belongs. She opened her mouth to argue, then seemed to think better of it. The first week was awkward. Dad tried to make conversation over breakfast, asking about my work, the weather, anything to fill the silence. Mom cooked elaborate dinners I barely touched. They tiptoed around me like I was a bomb that might explode. I installed a lock on my bedroom door, changed the Wi-Fi password, set up automatic rent collection from their bank account. This feels so formal, Dad said one evening, watching me review the lease agreement at the kitchen table. It is formal. You're my tenants now. But we're still family. Are we? He sat down across from me, looking older than ever. I know you're hurt. I'm not hurt. Hurt is what happens when someone you trust lets you down. This is what happens when you finally see people clearly. We love you, Yesenia. You love what I can do for you. There's a difference. That night, my phone buzzed with a voice message from an unknown number. Zion's voice, slurred and angry. "You think you're so fucking smart, don't you? Taking our house, kicking me out, but you're just a bitter bitch who can't stand seeing other people succeed." Delete. Another message an hour later. "I know what this is really about. You're jealous. You've always been jealous that Mom and Dad are proud of me. That I actually took risks while you played it safe your whole pathetic life." Delete. A third message at 2 a.m. "I knew about the money, okay? I fucking knew. Mom and Dad told me they were borrowing from you to help me get started. They said they'd figure out how to pay you back later. But you know what? You would have given it to me anyway if I'd asked. You always do whatever the family needs. So what's the fucking difference?" I didn't delete that one. The next morning I played it for Mara over coffee. "Jesus," she said when it finished. "He actually admitted it. He's drunk and stupid, but honest for once. Are you going to show your parents? What's the point? They already know. So what now? Now I wait. For what? For the other shoe to drop. Zion's not done. Neither are my parents. This is just the calm before the storm." I was right. 3 days later, Mom cornered me in the kitchen. Carson called. He says Zion's been drinking heavily. He's worried about him. Not my problem. He's talking about hurting himself. I looked up from my coffee. Is that supposed to be my fault? I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying he's your brother and he needs help. He needs consequences. This is what consequences look like. You're being cruel. I'm being consistent. For the first time in my life, I'm treating Zion exactly the same way you all treated me, like his problems are someone else's responsibility. Mom's face crumpled. That's not fair. Fair? I laughed. You want to talk about fair? Fair would have been telling me the truth from the beginning. Fair would have been asking instead of stealing. Fair would have been treating both your children equally instead of turning one into a piggy bank for the other. We never meant. You meant exactly what happened. You just didn't expect to get caught. That evening, Dad tried a different approach. He knocked on my bedroom door, actually knocked like the tenant he was. Can we talk? About what? About forgiveness. About moving forward as a family. I opened the door and looked at him. Do you want to know what forgiveness looks like, Dad? Yes. It looks like me not pressing charges for theft. It looks like me buying this house instead of letting you lose it. It looks like me giving you a place to live when you have nowhere else to go. That's not forgiveness. That's business. Exactly, because that's all we are now, business partners. You pay rent, I provide housing, clean, simple, honest. But we're family. No, family doesn't steal from each other. Family doesn't lie to each other. Family doesn't sacrifice one child for another. I closed the door and turned the lock. Outside, I could hear him crying. I felt nothing at all. The scandal broke on a Tuesday. I was at work when Mara called, barely containing her laughter. You need to check Reddit right now, the Denver subreddit. I'm in a meeting. Trust me. Check it now. I excused myself and pulled up the post on my phone. The title read, Local Tech Entrepreneur, Funded Lifestyle with Sister's Money. Screenshots inside. My stomach dropped. Someone had leaked Zion's drunk voice messages along with screenshots of text conversations I'd never seen before. Messages between Zion and his friend Carson, talking about the allowance he was getting from his family, bragging about expensive dinners and club nights, laughing about how his uptight sister was paying for everything without knowing it. The comments were brutal. This guy is absolute trash. Feel so bad for the sister. She seems like she was genuinely trying to help. Anyone know who this is? This Carson guy seems just as bad. By noon, someone had identified them. By evening, the post had over 3,000 upvotes and had been cross-posted to 6 other subreddits. Mom called me crying. People are calling the house. Strangers. They're saying horrible things about Zion. What do you want me to do about it? Can't you make them stop? Take the post down? I didn't post it. But you must know who did. I didn't, but I had suspicions. Carson had access to those text messages. Carson was probably panicking about being exposed. Carson was exactly the type to throw Zion under the bus to save himself. This is destroying our family's reputation, Mom continued. Mrs. Patterson from next door won't even look at me. The grocery store clerk was giving me dirty looks. Maybe they're just seeing you clearly for the first time. How can you be so cold? Practice. The fallout was swift. Mom got fired from her part-time job at the dentist's office. Apparently, the office manager had seen the post and decided they couldn't have that kind of drama associated with their practice. Dad came home that evening looking defeated. 3 people at work asked me about the Reddit thing today. HR wants to meet with me tomorrow. What did you tell them? The truth, that it's a family matter. Good. It is. Yesenia, this is getting out of hand. Can't we just move past this? We have moved past it. You pay rent, I provide housing. Everything else is noise. But the noise was getting louder. Neighbors whispered when I walked by. The mailman gave me sympathetic looks. Someone left a note on my car that said, "You deserve better." The attention made me uncomfortable, but not because I was embarrassed. I was uncomfortable because part of me was enjoying it. Part of me liked watching my family face consequences for once. That realization scared me more than anything else that had happened. You're starting to worry me, Mara said when I told her about it over dinner. This revenge thing, it's changing you. Into what? Someone I don't recognize. Someone who enjoys other people's pain. They enjoyed mine for years. That doesn't make it right. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. Unknown number again. I almost ignored it, but something made me answer. Yesenia? Zion's voice was different, smaller. Can we talk? We have nothing to talk about. Please, just 5 minutes. I'm outside. I looked out the window. He was sitting on the curb across the street, looking like he hadn't slept in days. 5 minutes, I said. I met him on the front porch. Up close, he looked even worse. His clothes were wrinkled, his hair greasy, his eyes bloodshot. I'm sorry, he said immediately. I'm so fucking sorry, Yesenia. I know that doesn't fix anything, but I need you to know. Okay. The business was real at first. I really thought I could make it work. But when things started falling apart, I panicked. Mom and Dad offered to help, and I let them. You let them steal from me. I told myself it was temporary, that I'd pay you back as soon as things turned around. But things didn't turn around. No, they got worse, and instead of coming clean, I just kept taking, kept pretending everything was fine. He wiped his nose with his sleeve. I know you hate me. I know I deserve it. But this Reddit thing, it's destroying Mom and Dad too. They didn't deserve this, didn't they? They made mistakes, but they were trying to help their son. That's what parents do. Good parents ask before they steal. Good parents don't sacrifice one child for another. I know. You're right. But please, and can you make it stop? I looked at him sitting there broken and pathetic and felt nothing. No satisfaction, no pity, no anger. Just emptiness. I can't make it stop, Zion. I didn't start it. But you could try. Why should I? He stared at me like I'd slapped him. Because we're family. You keep saying that like it means something. That night, he came back. Drunk again, but not just drunk. Angry drunk. Dangerous drunk. He pounded on the door until I opened it. You think you're so much better than me? Go home, Zion. This is my home too. I grew up here. Not anymore. He pushed past me into the house. Dad appeared in the hallway, still in his pajamas. Son, you need to leave. Don't call me son! Zion spun around, wild-eyed. You chose her. You all chose her. That's not true. It is true. She's got you all trained like fucking dogs. Pay rent, follow the rules, don't upset the landlord. He turned back to me. You want to know the truth? I'm glad I took your money. You deserved it. You deserved it for being such a self-righteous bitch your whole life. Then he lunged at me. Dad caught him before he could reach me, wrestling him toward the door. That's enough. Get out. This isn't over, Zion screamed as Dad shoved him outside. This isn't fucking over. After Dad locked the door, we stood in the hallway breathing hard. Mom had appeared at the top of the stairs, clutching her robe. I'm calling the police, she said. No, I said. Just let him go. Yesenia, let him go. Later, alone in my room, I called Mara. I think I'm becoming someone I don't like, I said. What happened? I told her about Zion's visit, about the look in his eyes, about how empty I'd felt watching him fall apart. I won, I said. But I don't feel like the winner. Maybe that's because winning isn't the point anymore. Then what is? I don't know. But maybe it's time to figure that out. The legal notice arrived on a Thursday morning. Thick envelope, certified mail, the kind that makes your stomach drop before you even open it. What is it? Mom asked, hovering as I signed for it. I read it twice before the words sank in. Zion's creditors are coming after you and Dad. They want to recover assets. What assets? We don't have anything. The house, your cars, your bank accounts, everything. Dad appeared in the doorway, coffee mug in hand. What's wrong? Zion apparently guaranteed some of his business loans with personal assets. When his company collapsed, he listed this address as his primary residence. The creditors think he still lives here. But he doesn't, Mom said. You kicked him out. I know that. You know that. But legally, this was his address when he signed the papers. They can argue he has a claim to the property. The color drained from Dad's face. Can they take the house? They can try. My lawyer says we'll probably win, but it'll be expensive to fight. And messy. How expensive? 20,000, maybe more. Mom sank into a kitchen chair. We don't have 20,000. I know. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of it settling over us. Another crisis. Another emergency. Another time they needed saving. What do we do? Dad asked quietly. I folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. We need to talk. All of us. Tonight. About what? About ending this. That evening I called Zion, told him to be here at 7. No excuses, no drama, just show up. He arrived looking like he'd been living in his car. Maybe he had been. Sit down, I said when he started to speak. We gathered around the kitchen table like we were having a family meeting. In a way, we were. The last one we'd ever have. The creditors are coming after the house, I said without preamble. Because of you. Zion's face went white. That's impossible. I never. You listed this as your primary residence on the loan documents. You guaranteed the debts personally. When your company went under, you made this everyone's problem. I didn't know. You never know, do you? You never think about consequences until they're staring you in the face. What do you want me to do? I can't pay them back. I have nothing. I know. That's why I'm selling the house. The words dropped into the silence like stones into still water. Mom gasped. Dad's coffee mug hit the table with a clink. You can't, Mom whispered. I can. It's my house. But where will we live? That's not my problem anymore. Yesenia, please. Dad started. No. I held up a hand. I'm done. I'm done being the solution to problems I didn't create. I'm done sacrificing my life for people who see me as a resource instead of a person. We don't see you that way, Mom said, tears starting. Yes, you do. You always have. When I was a kid, I was the responsible one. The one who helped with homework and chores and never caused trouble. When Zion screwed up, I was the one who covered for him. When you needed money, I was the one who gave it. When you needed saving, I was the one who moved home. Because we love you. Because I was useful. There's a difference. I pulled out a folder I'd prepared. The house will sell for about $400,000 after I pay off the mortgage and legal fees. That leaves roughly $200,000 in equity. What are you going to do with it? Buy myself a life. A real one. Somewhere far away from here. Zion finally found his voice. You're really going to leave us with nothing? I'm leaving you with exactly what you gave me. Nothing. That's not fair. Fair? I laughed, and it sounded bitter even to me. You want to talk about fair? Fair would have been honesty from the beginning. Fair would have been asking instead of stealing. Fair would have been treating me like family instead of an ATM. We made mistakes. You made choices. Every single day, you chose to lie to me. You chose to use me. You chose to put Zion's wants above my needs. Mom was crying openly now. We're sorry. We're so sorry. I know you are. You're sorry you got caught. Sorry there are consequences. Sorry your plan didn't work. That's not true, Dad said. We're sorry we hurt you. Are you? Because you had months to come clean. Months to tell me the truth. Instead, you kept taking my money and pretending everything was fine. I stood up, suddenly exhausted. This wasn't revenge. It was reimbursement. And now the account is closed. When? Mom asked through her tears. The realtor comes tomorrow to do the assessment. The house should be on the market by next week. Where are we supposed to go? I don't know. Figure it out the same way I had to figure out how to rebuild my life after you destroyed it. Zion slammed his hand on the table. This is insane. You're destroying the family over money. No. You destroyed the family when you decided money was more important than honesty. I'm just cleaning up the mess. You can't do this to Mom and Dad. They're old. They're 56 and 59. They'll survive. You're heartless. I'm free. I walked toward the stairs, then stopped. Oh, and Zion? The creditors will probably still come after you personally. You might want to get a lawyer. With what money? Not my problem. Later that night, I walked through the house one last time. The living room where we'd opened Christmas presents. The kitchen where Mom taught me to make cookies. The hallway where Dad marked my height in pencil on the wall. I stopped at those pencil marks, running my finger over the faded lines. Yesenia, age 5. Yesenia, age 8. Yesenia, age 12. Somewhere along the way, they'd stopped measuring, stopped paying attention to how I was growing, changing, becoming someone who deserved better than this. I touched the wall one last time, then walked upstairs to pack. Tomorrow, I would start looking for apartments. Somewhere with big windows and no history. Somewhere I could be just Yesenia, not the good daughter or the responsible one, or the family ATM. Somewhere I could finally figure out who I was when I wasn't busy saving everyone else. The pencil marks could stay? Let the next family wonder about the girl who used to live here, the one who grew up and learned to walk away. The house sold in 3 weeks. Cash offer, no contingencies, $10,000 over asking price. I signed the papers in my lawyer's office while my parents waited in the hallway, looking like refugees with their cardboard boxes and suitcases. Where will you go? I asked Dad as we loaded the last of their things into a rental truck. Your Aunt Helen said we could stay with her for a while, in Phoenix. That's good. It's temporary, just until we get back on our feet. I handed him an envelope. This is for you. He opened it and stared at the check. Yesenia, this is $5,000. Enough for first month's rent and deposits when you find your own place. You don't have to. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it so I can sleep at night. Mom appeared beside him, her face streaked with tears. I don't understand how we got here. You got here by making choices. Every day for months you chose lies over truth. You chose Zion over me. You chose easy over right. We were trying to help our son. You were enabling him, there's a difference. She reached out like she wanted to hug me, then let her arms drop. Will we ever see you again? I don't know. Can we call you? Not for a while. Dad loaded the last box into the truck. For what it's worth, we raised you to be strong, but we punished you for it. The words hit me harder than I expected. Yeah, you did. I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for all of it. I watched them drive away, then went back inside to wait for the movers. The house felt different, empty, bigger and smaller at the same time, like a shell that had finally been cracked open. My new place was a condo in Fort Collins. 2 bedrooms, mountain views, a kitchen island big enough to eat at. No history, no ghosts, no pencil marks on the walls. Mara helped me move in, directing the movers while I unpacked boxes in the kitchen. "This is nice," she said, running her hand along the granite countertop. "Really nice." "It's mine. How does that feel?" I considered the question while I unwrapped my coffee mugs. Quiet. Good quiet or bad quiet? I don't know yet. She sat down on one of the bar stools. Any regrets? About which part? Any of it. I thought about that while I arranged the mugs in the cabinet. I regret that it took me 29 years to figure out I was worth more than they were giving me. I regret that I wasted so much time trying to earn love from people who saw me as a convenience. But not the rest? No, not the rest. We finished unpacking in comfortable silence. When Mara left, I sat on my couch, in my living room, in my home, and felt something I hadn't felt in months. Peace. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, 3 weeks after I'd settled in. My name and address in Dad's careful handwriting, no return address. I almost threw it away without opening it. Almost. But something made me sit down at my kitchen island and tear open the envelope. Yesenia, I don't expect you to forgive us. I don't expect you to write back. I just need you to know that you were right about everything. We did choose Zion over you. We did use you. We did take your love and your sacrifice for granted because it was easier than facing the truth about what we were doing. Your mother and I have been talking, really talking, for the first time in years, about how we raised you both, about the different rules we had for you and your brother, about how we turned you into the parent and him into the child. We failed you, not just with the money but with everything. We taught you that love was something you had to earn through service and sacrifice. We taught you that your needs came last. We taught you that being good meant being quiet about being hurt. We were wrong. About all of it. I know it's too late to fix what we broke. I know you're better off without us, but I needed you to know that we see it now. We see what we did to you. We see what we cost you. You deserved parents who protected you instead of using you. You deserved parents who celebrated your strength instead of exploiting it. You deserved parents who loved you for who you were, not what you could do for us. I'm proud of you for walking away. I'm proud of you for choosing yourself. I'm proud of you for being brave enough to demand better. We raised you to be strong, but we punished you for it. I'm sorry. Dad. I read it 3 times, then set it down on the counter. My hands weren't shaking, my eyes weren't wet. I felt settled, like something that had been out of place had finally clicked into position. I got up and found a frame in one of my unpacking boxes. A simple black one I'd bought for a photo that never materialized. I slipped the letter inside and hung it on the wall next to my kitchen table. Not because I forgave them, not because I was ready to reconcile, but because it was proof. Proof that I'd been right to leave. Proof that I'd been right to demand better. Proof that sometimes walking away is the only way to make people see clearly. My phone buzzed with a text from Mara. "Dinner tonight? I'm buying." I typed back. "Can't. I'm cooking for myself." "Since when do you cook?" "Since I have a kitchen that's actually mine." "Fair point. Tomorrow then?" "Tomorrow." I put the phone down and looked around my condo. My space, my rules, my life. For the first time in 29 years, I was exactly where I belonged, and nobody was keeping score.
They didn't know it then, but they lit the match that night. I just gave the fire time to grow. My name is Jacqueline, and 10 years ago I watched my brother Carson marry his college sweetheart in what our father called the wedding of the century. The ballroom sparkled with crystal chandeliers and enough white roses to fill a greenhouse. Everyone who mattered in our social circle was there, dressed to the nines and ready to celebrate the golden boy's perfect day. I sat at table 12, not the family table, mind you. That honor was reserved for Dad's business partners and Mom's country club friends. I wore a navy dress I bought on sale, nursing a glass of champagne I couldn't really afford, and watching my family perform their favorite show, Worshipping Carson. Ladies and gentlemen, Dad's voice boomed across the reception hall as he tapped his crystal glass with a silver spoon. The room fell silent instantly. Roland Woods commanded that kind of attention, always had, always would. If I may have your attention for a toast to my son. The crowd turned toward the head table where Carson sat grinning, his arm around his bride. Even from across the room, I could see Dad's chest puffing with pride. Carson has always been everything a father could ask for, Dad continued, his voice carrying that practiced authority he used in boardrooms. Star athlete in high school, summa cum laude at Harvard, now the youngest partner in his firm's history. He's proven time and again that he has what it takes to carry on the Woods legacy. Applause rippled through the crowd. I clapped too, because what else do you do? Sit there like a statue while 300 people celebrate your brother's perfection? Carson represents the very best of our family values, Dad went on. Ambition, excellence, leadership. He's the perfect son, and I couldn't be prouder to call him my heir. The word heir hit me like a slap, not child or kid, heir, as if Carson was inheriting a throne instead of just being Dad's favorite. More applause. Carson stood up, modest smile plastered on his face, and raised his own glass. Thank you, Dad. I won't let you down. You never have, son. You never have. The crowd erupted in cheers. I forced myself to smile and clap harder, even though my chest felt tight and my face burned. 22 years old and still invisible at my own brother's wedding. That's when Dad caught my eye across the room. He excused himself from the head table and walked over, weaving between guests who stopped him every few steps to shake his hand or pat his back. Jacqueline, he said when he reached me, leaning down close enough that only I could hear. His breath smelled like expensive whiskey and cigars. I hope you're taking notes tonight. Notes on what? On what success looks like, what achievement looks like. His hand landed heavy on my shoulder, fingers digging in just enough to hurt. Maybe someday you'll stop wasting time with those silly little stories of yours and do something that actually matters. My throat went dry. Dad, You'll never amount to anything, Jacqueline. Not like Carson. He's got what it takes. You? He squeezed my shoulder harder. You're just a dreamer, and dreamers don't build legacies. He straightened up and walked away, stopping to accept congratulations from another guest as if he hadn't just gutted his own daughter in the middle of a wedding reception. I sat there for maybe 10 more minutes watching Carson dance with his new wife while Mom fluttered around taking pictures and Dad held court with his cronies. The perfect family, minus one disappointing daughter who apparently didn't deserve a seat at their table. I finished my champagne, grabbed my purse, and walked out. Nobody noticed. Nobody called after me. Nobody even looked up as I pushed through the ballroom doors and into the hotel lobby. Standing there in my discount dress with mascara probably smudged under my eyes, I made a decision that would change everything. I was done begging for their approval, done trying to fit into their narrow definition of success, done being the family disappointment. If they wanted to write me off as a dreamer who'd never amount to anything, fine. I'd show them exactly what this dreamer could do. I just needed time to build the fire. The notification sound on my phone pulled me from sleep at 6 a.m., then another and another. I rolled over in my Manhattan apartment and grabbed my phone, squinting at the screen. 17 missed calls from Riley, my agent. 23 text messages. My Twitter mentions had exploded overnight. The little red notification showed 9 plus. What the hell? I muttered, sitting up and calling Riley back. She picked up on the first ring. Jacqueline, finally, have you seen the news? I just woke up. What news? The Gilded Lie hit #1 on the New York Times list. Not just fiction, overall. You're trending on social media. Entertainment Weekly wants an interview, and that's just the beginning. I stumbled to my laptop, still in my pajamas. The headlines made my coffee mug freeze halfway to my lips. Mystery author's family saga takes world by storm. The Gilded Lie, fiction or thinly veiled memoir. Readers decode real family behind best-selling novel. Holy shit, I whispered. Language, darling. But yes, holy shit indeed. Riley's voice crackled through the phone. The internet detectives are having a field day. They're matching scenes from your book to old society page photos. Someone found your brother's wedding announcement from 10 years ago, and they're comparing it to Chapter 3. I clicked on a Reddit thread titled, The Gilded Lie, Make Real Life. The top comment had over 3,000 upvotes. Guys, I think this book is about the author's actual family. The golden son character who gets everything handed to him while the daughter is ignored. The father who calls her worthless at a wedding. I found pics of Jacqueline Woods at her brother's wedding in 2014, and she looks miserable. This isn't fiction. This is revenge. Riley, this is getting out of hand. Out of hand? Jacqueline, you're about to be the most talked about author in America. Your publisher is already asking about a sequel. I scrolled through more comments. People were dissecting every chapter, every character. They'd figured out that the controlling patriarch in my book matched my father's business profile. They'd connected the dismissive mother to old charity gala photos where my mom looked right through me. They're treating it like a puzzle, I said, like they're solving some mystery. Because you gave them one. That book reads like a tell-all disguised as fiction. You had to know this would happen. She was right. I had known. Every scene I'd written, every cruel word I'd put in the father character's mouth, every moment of favoritism I described, I'd pulled it straight from my childhood. I'd just changed the names and called it fiction. My phone buzzed with an unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something made me answer. Jacqueline? The voice was shaky, uncertain. It took me a second to recognize it. Mom? Yes, it's me, Joanna, your mother. 10 years. 10 years since we'd spoken, and now she was calling because my book was trending. I saw the news, she continued, about your book. It's called The Gilded Lie. You can buy it at any bookstore. Jacqueline, we need to talk. It's urgent. Can you meet us somewhere? Your father and I, we? I almost laughed. Since when is there a we that includes me? Please, this is important. There are things happening, things you don't understand. The book, the publicity, it's causing complications. What kind of complications? A long pause. The kind that could destroy everything we've built. I looked at my laptop screen at the thousands of comments from readers who saw themselves in my story. Women who'd been dismissed by their families, overlooked for brothers who could do no wrong, told they'd never amount to anything. Good, I said. Jacqueline, I'm hanging up now. Wait, please, just one meeting, one conversation. If you ever cared about this family? If I ever cared? The words came out sharper than I intended. I cared for 22 years. I cared until Dad told me I'd never amount to anything. I cared until you acted like my dreams were embarrassing hobbies. I cared until you made it crystal clear that Carson was the only child who mattered. That's not, we never meant. Yes, you did. You meant every word, every dismissal, every time you chose him over me. And now my book is #1 and you're calling because it's causing you problems? That's not my problem anymore. But even as I said it, curiosity gnawed at me. What complications? What had my success done to their perfect little world? One meeting, Mom said quietly. Please, just one. I stared at my reflection in the laptop screen, at the woman I'd become despite everything they'd done to break me down. Fine, one meeting, but I choose where and when. Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you. After I hung up, Riley's voice came back through the other line. Who was that? The past, I said. Apparently it wants to have a conversation. I chose the most expensive restaurant in Manhattan. If they wanted to grovel, they could pay premium prices for the privilege. The Meridian sat on the 52nd floor of a glass tower, all floor-to-ceiling windows and white tablecloths that probably cost more than most people's rent. I arrived 15 minutes early and claimed a corner table with a view of Central Park. Let them come to me. Dad walked in first, scanning the room like he owned it. Same commanding presence, same perfectly tailored suit. But something was different. His shoulders seemed tighter, his jaw more rigid. Mom followed 2 steps behind, clutching a designer purse like a shield. They spotted me and approached with careful smiles, the kind of smiles you give a dangerous animal you're trying not to spook. Jacqueline, Dad said, extending his hand, you look successful. I didn't take his hand. Sit down. They settled across from me, and I watched them take in the restaurant's opulence. Dad's eyes lingered on the prices on the menu. Mom fidgeted with her wedding ring. This place is lovely, Mom said. Very upscale. I can afford it now. Turns out those silly little stories pay pretty well. Dad's jaw twitched. About that, your book, it's causing quite a stir. So I've heard. #1 bestseller, movie rights sold, foreign translations in 12 languages. It's been a good week. The publicity, Mom said carefully, some of it is uncomfortable. People are saying things, making connections. What kind of connections? Dad leaned forward. You know exactly what kind. That book reads like a hit piece disguised as fiction. Our friends are asking questions. The country club is buzzing with gossip. Your friends? I signaled the waiter for wine. Since when do I care what your friends think? Since your little revenge fantasy started affecting real people, Dad snapped, then caught himself. Look, we're not here to fight. We need your help. The waiter appeared with a bottle of wine that cost more than most people's car payments. I nodded for him to pour. Mom and Dad declined. Help with what? They exchanged a look. Mom's hands trembled slightly as she reached for her water glass. The estate, Dad said finally. We're having some liquidity issues. Liquidity issues? Cash flow problems, Mom translated. We need a loan, a substantial one. I nearly choked on my wine. You want me to give you money? Not give. Loan. We'll pay you back with interest. How substantial? Another look between them. Dad's face had gone pale. $2 million, he said quietly. I set down my wine glass very carefully. $2 million. The house is mortgaged to the hilt, Mom said, words tumbling out in a rush. The business investments went bad. Carson's startup failed and he borrowed against the estate without telling us. We could lose everything. Carson borrowed against the estate? Dad's hands clenched on the table. He forged my signature on some documents. We only found out when the bank called about missed payments. Your golden boy committed fraud? It wasn't fraud, Dad said sharply. It was a misunderstanding, a mistake, a $2 million mistake. The point is, Mom interrupted, we need help from family. You're doing so well now, and you thought what? That I'd just hand over millions to the people who spent my entire childhood telling me I was worthless? We never said you were worthless, Mom protested. Dad literally told me I'd never amount to anything at Carson's wedding in front of 300 people. Dad shifted in his seat. I was trying to motivate you. By crushing my dreams? By giving you realistic expectations? The writing thing was a phase. We thought you'd grow out of it. Well, surprise. The phase just bought me a penthouse. The silence stretched between us. Through the windows, the city sparkled below like scattered diamonds. We're desperate, Jacqueline, Mom said finally. The auction is scheduled for next month. Everything we've built, everything your grandfather built, it'll all be gone. Good. Dad's face went red. Good. That's your response. Your family's legacy means nothing to you. What legacy? The legacy of treating your daughter like garbage. The legacy of playing favorites until one kid thinks he's untouchable and the other thinks she's invisible. You're being dramatic. I'm being honest. Something this family never learned how to do. The restaurant's gentle murmur continued around us, other diners enjoying their expensive meals while my family imploded at table 12. I just write silly little girl books, remember? I stood up, dropping my napkin on the table. I'm sure you'll figure something out. You always do. Jacqueline, wait. But I was already walking away when Carson appeared in the restaurant entrance, scanning the room with wild eyes. When he spotted our table, his face went through about 6 different emotions at once. He strode over, uninvited and unwelcome. You don't get to hold a grudge forever, Jax, he said, sliding into the chair I just vacated. I turned back to face my brother for the first time in 10 years. Watch me. Carson looked older than his 35 years. His perfect Harvard smile had lines around it now, and his designer suit couldn't hide the weight he'd gained. Success wasn't treating him as kindly as it used to. Sit down, Jax, please. Don't call me that. It's what I've always called you. When we were kids, before you decided I didn't exist. He ran a hand through his hair, still thick, still perfectly styled, but I caught the tremor in his fingers. Look, I know things got complicated between us. Complicated? I laughed, and several nearby diners glanced over. You mean when you stood by and watched Dad destroy my confidence for 22 years? When you never once defended me? When you let them treat me like the family embarrassment while you soaked up all the praise? I was a kid, too. You were 3 years older. You knew exactly what was happening. Mom reached across the table toward Carson. Honey, maybe this isn't the best place? No, Mom, this is perfect. I sat back down, leaning forward. Let's talk about it right here, in public, where everyone can hear. Let's talk about how Carson got a trust fund for college while I worked 3 jobs. Let's talk about how you paid for his wedding but didn't even RSVP to my graduation. We were busy that weekend, Dad said weakly. You were in the Hamptons. I saw the photos on Mom's Facebook. Carson shifted uncomfortably. Jacqueline, the money situation is serious. The house? The house where you got your own wing while I shared a bathroom with the guest room? That house? You're being petty. I'm being accurate. A woman at the next table was openly staring now. I recognized her from the society pages. One of Mom's country club friends. Perfect. You know what's funny, I continued, raising my voice just enough. I wrote a book about a family exactly like ours. A father who plays favorites, a mother who enables it, a golden son who can do no wrong, and a daughter who gets treated like dirt, and somehow everyone thinks it's fiction. Carson's face went white. You didn't. Oh, I did. Chapter 7 is particularly good. It's about a wedding where the father makes a toast calling his son perfect while telling his daughter she'll never amount to anything. Ring any bells? Jesus Christ, Jacqueline. Carson looked around the restaurant. People are listening. Good. Let them listen. Let them hear about how the perfect Carson forged Dad's signature and lost the family fortune on a startup that sold overpriced smoothies to college kids. How did you? I have friends in publishing, friends in journalism, friends who know how to find information. I smiled sweetly. Amazing what people will tell you when you're a best-selling author. Mom was crying now, quiet tears that she kept dabbing with her napkin. Please stop. People are staring. You mean like how people stared when Dad humiliated me at Carson's wedding? Funny how you only care about public embarrassment when it's happening to you. Carson leaned across the table. Fine. You want an apology? I'm sorry. We all are. We screwed up. We treated you badly. Is that what you want to hear? It's a start. Good. Now can we talk about the loan? I started laughing, actually laughing loud enough that the entire restaurant could hear. You think an apology fixes 22 years of emotional abuse? You think saying sorry entitles you to my money? It's not just money, Dad said desperately. It's family, blood, legacy. Whose legacy? The legacy you built while ignoring half your children? The legacy Carson destroyed with his stupidity and fraud? I didn't commit fraud, Carson snapped. You forged legal documents. That's literally fraud. The woman at the next table pulled out her phone. I could see her typing furiously. By tomorrow, this conversation would be all over social media. You know what the best part is? I stood up again, this time for good. My book is getting optioned for a Netflix series. They want to call it The Golden Child. 3 seasons minimum. The whole world is going to see what you people are really like. Carson shot to his feet. You can't do that. We'll sue. For what? It's fiction, remember? Just silly little girl stories that don't mean anything. Jacqueline, Mom pleaded, we're your family. No, you're the people who gave birth to me and then spent 32 years wishing you hadn't. There's a difference. I pulled out my credit card and dropped it on the table. Lunch is on me. Consider it charity. As I walked toward the exit, I heard Carson call after me. This isn't over, Jax. I turned back one last time. You're right. It's not over. It's just getting started. The elevator doors closed on their shocked faces. My phone was already buzzing with notifications. The woman from the next table had posted a video to TikTok. Best-selling author destroys toxic family in public. It had 3,000 views already. Riley was going to love this. The community center in Brooklyn smelled like coffee and hope. 15 teenage girls sat in a circle, copies of The Gilded Lie scattered on their laps like weapons they were learning to wield. The part where her father burns her manuscript, said Ainsley, a 17-year-old with purple streaks in her hair and fire in her eyes. That happened to you, didn't it? I looked around the circle at these girls, scholarship applicants from broken homes, foster kids, daughters of addicts and absent fathers. They saw through fiction like it was glass. What makes you think that? Because you wrote it like someone who lived it, said Maria, clutching her worn paperback copy. My stepdad threw my acceptance letter in the trash, said college was a waste of money for girls. When I read Chapter 5, I felt like you were in my kitchen that night. The other girls nodded. These monthly book club sessions had started as part of my scholarship foundation, but they'd become something more. A place where girls who'd been dismissed and diminished could see themselves in stories that mattered. He didn't burn it, I said quietly. He threw it in the garbage and told me to stop wasting paper on fantasies. I was 14. What did you do? Asked Ainsley. I kept writing in secret, on library computers and notebooks I hid under my mattress, and I promised myself that someday everyone would read my words whether he liked it or not. And now you're famous, said a girl named Destiny, and he's begging for money. Word traveled fast in the age of social media. The restaurant confrontation had gone viral. Gilded Lie family was trending. The girls had seen it all. Fame isn't the point, I said. The point is that you don't have to stay small to make other people comfortable. You don't have to dim your light so theirs can shine brighter. My phone buzzed, Riley texting frantically, "Turn on Channel 7 now!" I grabbed the remote and switched to the news. A young man with kind eyes and an earnest smile was being interviewed outside a university building. "That's Harrison!" Ainsley pointed at the screen. "He got the full scholarship last year." Harrison was 29, a graduate student who'd grown up in foster care. My foundation had paid for his entire education. On screen, he was holding up a copy of The Gilded Lie. "Jacqueline's book saved my life," he was saying to the reporter. "I grew up in a house where I was told I was stupid, worthless, that I'd never make anything of myself. Her character showed me that the people who tear you down are usually the ones who are afraid of what you might become." The reporter leaned in. "There's been speculation that her latest novel is based on her own family. What's your take on that?" Harrison's smile was gentle but fierce. "If it is, then she's done what every survivor dreams of doing. She's taken her pain and turned it into power. She's shown the world exactly what those people are like, and she's done it so beautifully that millions of people are buying the book. Some critics say it's revenge disguised as literature. Sometimes revenge and justice look the same from the outside. The difference is in the intention. Jacqueline isn't trying to destroy people. She's trying to free them. Every girl who reads that book and recognizes her own story, every daughter who realizes she's not crazy for feeling invisible in her own family, that's not revenge. That's liberation." The girls in the circle erupted in cheers. Ainsley wiped tears from her eyes. "He gets it," she said. "He totally gets it." My phone rang. Unknown number, but I was feeling bold. "Hello? Ms. Jacqueline, this is Maggie Robertson. I'm Carson's fiancée." The room went quiet. The girls sensed drama like sharks smell blood. "What can I do for you, Maggie?" "I was wondering if we could meet. For lunch, maybe? I have some questions about your book." "What kind of questions?" A pause. "The kind that might change my wedding plans." I looked at the circle of girls, all of them hanging on every word. These were the daughters who mattered, the ones who'd been overlooked and underestimated, the ones who deserved to see what happened when you refused to stay silent. "I'd be happy to meet with you, but I should warn you, I only tell the truth these days." "That's exactly what I'm hoping for." After I hung up, Ainsley grinned. "You're going to blow up his engagement, aren't you?" "I'm going to give her the information she needs to make an informed decision." "Same thing," said Maria, laughing. "Sometimes," I said, "the truth is the most powerful weapon you can wield." Harrison's interview was still playing on the TV. He was talking about his new book dedicated to me. The girls watched with rapt attention, seeing their own futures reflected in his success. "Guess who's about to headline my sequel?" I murmured, thinking of Carson's forged documents sitting in my lawyer's file. The girls heard me and burst into applause. The Hamptons estate looked like something from a fairy tale, if fairy tales included valet parking and security guards checking guest lists. Carson's second wedding was supposed to be the event of the season, old money marrying older money with enough champagne to float a yacht. I arrived fashionably late in a black dress that cost more than my parents' monthly mortgage payment. The irony wasn't lost on me. "Jacqueline!" Maggie appeared at my elbow before I'd even cleared the entrance. She looked stunning in a way that money could buy. Perfect hair, perfect makeup, perfect desperation barely hidden behind perfect teeth. "I'm so glad you came. Wouldn't miss it for the world." She glanced around nervously. "Did you bring it?" I patted my clutch. "Signed and personalized, just like you asked." 3 days earlier, Maggie and I had met for lunch at a quiet cafe in Soho. She'd read The Gilded Lie cover to cover twice, and the questions she'd asked weren't about plot or character development. "The father in your book," she'd said, stirring her salad absently. "The way he manipulates financial documents. The way he teaches his son that rules don't apply to them. That's not fiction, is it?" "What makes you think that?" "Because Carson's been lying to me about money, about debts, about why his family's estate is being auctioned off." Her voice had cracked slightly. "My parents hired a private investigator. They found things, forged signatures, bad investments, a pattern of deception going back years." Now, standing in the middle of Carson's wedding reception, Maggie looked like a woman on the edge of a very important decision. "Where is he?" I asked. "Schmoozing with my father's business partners, trying to convince them to invest in his next venture." She laughed bitterly. "He doesn't know that Daddy already knows about the fraud." The ballroom was a sea of designer gowns and expensive suits. I recognized half the faces from society pages and financial magazines. These were the people who mattered in my parents' world, the ones whose opinions could make or break reputations. "Jacqueline?" A familiar voice made me turn. Mom stood behind me, clutching Dad's arm like a life preserver. They both looked older than they had at the restaurant, worn down by weeks of scandal and financial stress. "You came," Dad said, and I couldn't tell if he was relieved or terrified. I wouldn't miss Carson's big day again. "Please," Mom whispered, "can we just get through tonight without any drama?" "I'm not here to cause drama. I'm here to celebrate love." Before they could respond, a commotion near the bar caught everyone's attention. A young woman with a press badge was trying to get past security, arguing loudly with a guard. "I'm with Entertainment Weekly," she was saying. "I have an exclusive interview scheduled with Jacqueline." The guard looked confused. Half the room was now staring in our direction. "I didn't schedule any interviews," I said loudly enough for nearby guests to hear, "but the documentary crew said." "What documentary crew?" Dad's face went pale. The reporter grinned. "The Netflix team. They're doing a behind-the-scenes special about The Gilded Lie, following the real family that inspired the story." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Phones came out. People started whispering behind champagne glasses. Carson appeared at my shoulder, his face flushed with anger and alcohol. "What the hell is she talking about?" "I have no idea," I said innocently. "Riley handles all my media appearances." "You're lying." "Am I? Prove it." Maggie stepped between us, her voice carrying across the suddenly quiet ballroom. "Actually, I have something to say." She reached into her purse and pulled out a copy of The Gilded Lie, the personalized copy I'd given her, with the note tucked inside. "This book," she said, holding it up for everyone to see, "opened my eyes to something important. It's about a family that destroys everything they touch through lies and manipulation. A family that raises children to believe that some people matter more than others." Carson grabbed for the book. "Maggie, don't what? Don't tell the truth?" She opened to a bookmarked page. Chapter 12. The golden son forges his father's signature to steal money from the family trust. Sound familiar? The crowd was dead silent now. Even the string quartet had stopped playing. You're drunk, Carson said desperately. You don't know what you're saying. I'm stone sober, and I know exactly what I'm saying. Maggie looked directly at me. The note you wrote in this book said, when you see what they did to me, ask what they're doing to you. So I asked, and I found out. She turned to face the crowd of wedding guests, many of whom were pulling out their phones to record. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry you came all this way, but there's not going to be a wedding today. Carson lunged forward. Maggie, please. There's going to be a reckoning instead. Maggie dropped the book on the nearest table with a thud that echoed through the silent ballroom. 300 guests stood frozen, champagne glasses halfway to their lips, phones recording everything. The wedding is off, she announced, her voice steady and clear. I refuse to marry into a family built on lies, fraud, and emotional abuse. Carson's face went from pale to red to purple. You can't do this. Not here. Not in front of everyone. Where else should I do it? In private so you can manipulate me into changing my mind? So your family can gaslight me into thinking I'm overreacting? Maggie pulled off her engagement ring and held it up. This ring was bought with stolen money, Carson. Money you took from your own family by forging your father's signature. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Phones were definitely recording now. Dad stepped forward, his voice booming with false authority. That's enough. This is a private family matter. Nothing about this family is private anymore, I said, stepping into the center of the circle that had formed around us. Not since you decided to beg me for money after spending 32 years treating me like garbage. Jacqueline, please, Mom whispered. Not here. Why not here? This is where it started, isn't it? At Carson's first wedding, when Dad told me I'd never amount to anything, when you all made it clear that I was the family disappointment. I looked around at the faces staring back at me, society wives, business moguls, trust fund kids who'd never worked a day in their lives. These were my parents' people, their world. You want to know the truth about the gilded lie? I raised my voice so everyone could hear. It's not fiction. It's a documentary. Every cruel word, every moment of favoritism, every time they chose Carson over me, it all happened. Carson grabbed my arm. Shut up. Just shut up. I yanked free. Or what? You'll forge my signature too? You'll steal from me like you stole from Dad? I didn't steal anything. I borrowed without permission, using fraudulent documents. That's called theft, Carson. Maggie's father, a distinguished man in his 70s, stepped forward. His voice carried the weight of old money and older power. Mr. Carson, he said formally, my daughter has made her position clear. I suggest you respect her decision. This is insane. Carson spun around, addressing the crowd like a politician at a rally. She's my sister. She's supposed to support family, not destroy it. Support? I laughed, and the sound was sharp enough to cut glass. Like you supported me when Dad threw my manuscript in the trash? Like you supported me when they paid for your wedding but skipped my graduation? Like you supported me when I worked 3 jobs to pay for college while you got a trust fund? The crowd was eating this up. I could see people texting, posting to social media in real time. By tomorrow, this would be everywhere. You're jealous, Carson said desperately. You've always been jealous that I was successful. Successful? I pulled out my phone and showed him the screen. My book has sold 2 million copies. Netflix just bought the rights for $12 million. I'm worth more than this entire family combined. I'm not jealous, Carson. I'm vindicated. A woman in the crowd started clapping, then another, then a whole section of guests, mostly the younger ones, the daughters and wives who recognized themselves in my story. Dad's face was apoplectic. This is enough. Everyone out. This is a private event. Actually, said a voice from the back of the crowd, it's not. Harrison pushed through the guests, holding up a press badge. Behind him came a camera crew. Harrison Wong, freelance journalist. I'm here covering the wedding for Society Today magazine. He grinned at me, though I think we might have a different story now. Carson looked like he might faint. You can't film this. We didn't get permission. You're in a public venue, Harrison said calmly, and this is newsworthy. Best-selling author confronts family that inspired her revenge novel. That's front-page material. I walked to the center of the room and picked up a champagne glass from a nearby table. The crowd quieted, sensing a moment. I'd like to make a toast, I said, raising the glass high, to sons who burns down legacies and daughters who rise from the fire. The applause was thunderous. Not from everyone. Dad's business cronies looked mortified. Mom's country club friends were scandalized, but from enough people to matter. The younger generation, the ones who understood what it meant to be dismissed and diminished. To families who think love comes with conditions, I continued, and to the children who proved them wrong by succeeding anyway. More applause. Maggie was crying, but she was smiling too. And finally, I said, looking directly at my parents, to the people who told me I'd never amount to anything, thank you for the motivation. I drained the champagne glass and set it down. The stand-in ovation lasted 5 full minutes. The auction house buzzed with activity as strangers wandered through my childhood home, examining furniture like vultures picking over bones. I stood in the foyer where I'd once hidden behind the banister to listen to my parents' dinner parties, watching everything I'd grown up with get tagged with lot numbers. Lot 47, the auctioneer called out. Mahogany dining table, seats 12, circa 1920. The same table where Dad had carved the Thanksgiving turkey while lecturing me about my unrealistic career goals. A tech entrepreneur from Silicon Valley bought it for $8,000. Jacqueline, I turned to find Alvin, the family lawyer, approaching with a manila envelope. He looked uncomfortable, like a man delivering bad news to people he'd once considered friends. The final paperwork, he said, handing me the envelope. The house sale, the remaining assets, the settlement of debts. It's all done. And my parents? They've moved into a 2-bedroom apartment in Queens. Your father is adjusting to retirement. Your mother took a part-time job at a boutique. I nodded. The mighty had fallen and gravity was unforgiving. There's something else, Alvin said quietly. Carson's been arrested. The DA filed fraud charges yesterday. Apparently the forged documents were just the beginning. They found evidence of embezzlement going back 5 years. How long will he get? 3 to 5 years, if he takes a plea deal. More if he fights it. Through the crowd, I spotted Harrison setting up his camera equipment. His documentary about my family's downfall was already generating Oscar buzz. The working title was The Golden Child of Family's Fall from Grace. Miss Jacqueline! Ainsley appeared at my elbow, practically bouncing with excitement. Did you see? The Scholarship Foundation just got another huge donation. She showed me her phone. An anonymous donor had contributed $5 million to the foundation with a note for daughters who refuse to stay silent. Any idea who it's from? I asked. The bank won't say, but she grinned. Maggie's father was asking a lot of questions about the foundation at the charity gala last week. I smiled. Some revenge was served cold, some was served with compound interest. Jacqueline! The voice made me freeze. Dad stood behind me, looking smaller than I'd ever seen him. His expensive suit had been replaced with an off-the-rack blazer. His commanding presence had shrunk to match his circumstances. I wanted to talk to you before. He gestured around the auction house. Before all this is gone. What's left to say? I'm sorry. The words came out, cracked and broken. For everything. For the way we treated you, for the things I said, for making you feel like you didn't matter. I studied his face, looking for the manipulation I'd grown up with, but all I saw was a broken old man who'd lost everything that defined him. You were right, he continued, about Carson, about the family, about me. You were always the smart one, and I was too proud to see it. Too proud or too threatened? He flinched. Both, probably. You had something Carson never did. Talent, real talent. And I was afraid that if I encouraged it, you'd leave us behind. I did leave you behind. And you were right to. The admission hung between us like a bridge I wasn't sure I wanted to cross. The foundation, he said, the scholarships for girls from difficult families, that's good work, important work. It's the work you should have been doing, supporting your daughter instead of tearing her down. I know. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. I found this in my desk when we were packing. You wrote it when you were 16. I unfolded the paper. It was a short story I'd written for English class about a girl who saves her village by speaking truth to power. At the bottom, in red ink, was my teacher's note. Exceptional work, Jacqueline. You have a gift. I kept it, Dad said quietly. Even after I threw your other stories away, I kept this one because I knew she was right. You did have a gift, and I was terrified of what you'd do with it. I folded the paper carefully and put it in my purse. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Jacqueline. I'm proud of you. I should have said that a long time ago. He walked away, disappearing into the crowd of strangers buying pieces of his former life. Harrison approached with his camera. Ready for the final interview? I looked around the empty shell of my childhood home one last time. The walls that had witnessed my tears, my dreams, my determination to become something more than what they expected. My family wanted me silent, subservient, forgotten, I said to the camera, but now they're just footnotes in my first chapter. The auction continued around us, but I was already walking toward the door, toward the car that would take me back to my real life, the life I'd built from the ashes of their expectations. Behind me, the auctioneer's voice echoed through the empty rooms. Going once, going twice, sold.
The champagne flute trembled in my mother's hand as tears rolled down her cheeks. You're our guardian angel, Meredith. I don't know what we did to deserve you. My name is Meredith Wright, and at 32, I've built a career most people would kill for. Senior marketing strategist at one of San Francisco's top agencies, 6-figure salary, corner office with a view of the bay. But sitting in my parents' cramped dining room in Oakland, watching my mother cry over a birthday dinner I'd paid for, I felt like that same little girl, desperately trying to earn their approval. $85,000, my father said, shaking his head in disbelief. Meredith, this changes everything. We can actually retire early now. I forced a smile, ignoring the knot in my stomach. That money represented 3 years of brutal saving. No vacations, no designer clothes, ramen dinners more often than I'd admit to my friends. But seeing my parents' faces light up made every sacrifice worth it. You've always been so responsible, Mom continued, dabbing her eyes with a napkin. Even as a little girl, you took care of everyone. Unlike Brian, I thought, but didn't say, my younger brother had a gift for making messes other people cleaned up. At 29, he still called our parents for rent money, while I'd been financially independent since college. Where is Brian tonight anyway? I asked, cutting into the store-bought cake. Oh, he's with Sylvia planning wedding details, Mom said, her whole face transforming. Did you see her dress? It's a Vera Wang. Can you believe it? Our boy is marrying a girl who wears Vera Wang. Dad nodded approvingly. That girl's got class. Brian hit the jackpot. I took a sip of wine,
tasting something bitter that had nothing to do with the vintage. Must be expensive. Well, you know how it is, Dad said with a shrug. You only get married once. We want to give them the wedding they deserve. The word deserve hung in the air like smoke. Brian deserved a dream wedding. I deserved to work myself into the ground to pay for everyone else's dreams. The venue alone cost more than our first car. Mom laughed, pulling out her phone. But look at these pictures. It's this gorgeous vineyard in Napa. Sylvia found it on Pinterest. She showed me photos of rolling hills and rustic elegance, the kind of place that charged 5 figures just to unlock the gates. Sounds magical, I said, my voice steady despite the growing unease in my chest. We are so blessed, Mom continued. Both our children are doing so well. You with your career, Brian finding his soulmate. Sometimes I can't believe how lucky we are. Lucky. Right. After dinner, I helped clear the dishes while my parents settled into their recliners to watch the news. The kitchen felt smaller than I remembered, crowded with outdated appliances and faded family photos. In most of them, Brian was front and center, grinning that golden boy smile that had gotten him out of trouble his entire life. You sure you don't want to stay the night? Mom called from the living room. Your old room is exactly how you left it. I have an early meeting tomorrow, I lied, drying the last plate. But thank you for dinner, and for everything. Thank you, sweetheart. You've given us the greatest gift. The drive back to San Francisco should have felt triumphant. I'd just handed my parents their retirement dream. I was the hero of this story, the successful daughter who came through when it mattered. So, why did I feel so empty? My phone buzzed with notifications as I sat in traffic on the Bay Bridge. Instagram, Facebook, the usual digital noise. I almost ignored them, but something made me open Facebook instead. The first post in my feed stopped me cold. It was my mother, posting from the restaurant bathroom apparently, because the timestamp was 20 minutes ago. A photo of the 3 of us at dinner, my forced smile frozen in pixels. Blessed beyond measure tonight. Our angel Meredith surprised us with the most incredible gift. Meanwhile, our sweet Brian is planning his dream wedding at the most gorgeous vineyard in Napa. Champagne towers, designer everything. He's always deserved the world, and now he's getting it. Blessed Mom, dream wedding. Proud parents. The post already had 37 likes and a dozen comments gushing about how lucky she was to have such wonderful children. I read it again. Then again. Our angel Meredith gave us a gift. Our sweet Brian deserves the world. The math was simple, even through my shock. $85,000. A Napa vineyard wedding. Champagne towers. Designer everything. My hands shook as I screenshotted the post, my mind racing through possibilities I didn't want to consider. But deep down, I already knew. I waited exactly 72 hours before driving back to Oakland. 3 days to let the rage simmer into something cold and manageable. 3 days to practice the conversation in my head until I could deliver it without screaming. My parents were in the backyard when I arrived, Dad trimming hedges while Mom documented every angle for her Instagram story. She looked up as I slid open the patio door. Meredith, what a nice surprise! I was just showing everyone Dad's gardening skills. Did you know we have over 300 followers now? We need to talk, I said, setting my purse on their patio table with deliberate calm. Dad looked up from his hedge trimmer. Everything okay, sweetheart? I saw your Facebook post about Brian's wedding. Mom's face lit up. Isn't it exciting? The venue is even more beautiful than the photos. Sylvia has such an eye for... How much is it costing? The question hung in the air like a challenge. Mom's smile flickered. Well, you know weddings these days, she said, suddenly fascinated by her phone screen. Everything's so expensive. How much, Mom? Dad set down his trimmer and wiped his hands on a rag. Meredith, what's this about? It's about the $85,000 I gave you for retirement. The money I saved for 3 years. The money that was supposed to help you stop working. It is helping us, Mom said quickly. We're so much less stressed now knowing we have that cushion. Cushion? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Is that what we're calling it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you took my retirement gift and turned it into Brian's wedding fund. The silence stretched between us like a fault line. Now, hold on, Dad said, his voice taking on that defensive edge I remembered from childhood arguments. We didn't take anything. That money was a gift. A gift for your retirement. And we're using it responsibly, he continued. Some of it went to the wedding, yes, but... How much? Meredith, Mom interrupted. You're being very dramatic about this. How? Much. Dad sighed. About half. The number hit me like a physical blow. $42,000, almost half of everything I'd sacrificed. You gave my money to Brian without even telling me. It's not your money anymore, Dad said, his jaw set. You gave it to us. What we do with it is our decision. Besides, Mom added, you'll make that money back. You have a good job, a bright future. This wedding is once in a lifetime. I stared at them. These people who raised me, who taught me right from wrong, who are now looking at me like I was the unreasonable one. Let me get this straight, I said slowly. I work myself into the ground, save every penny for 3 years, give you my financial security as a gift, and you think it's okay to secretly fund Brian's party with it. It's not a party, Mom snapped. It's a wedding. It's important. More important than honesty? Before they could answer, Mom's phone rang with a FaceTime call. Brian's face filled the screen, all perfect teeth and casual confidence. Hey, family, he said, apparently oblivious to the tension. Just wanted to show you the cake tasting photos. Sylvia's posting them on her Instagram story. Brian, I said, stepping into view of the camera. Perfect timing. His smile widened. Meredith, Mom told me you're coming to the wedding. Isn't that great? You'll love the venue. It's like something out of a magazine. I bet it is. Expensive magazines. Worth every penny, he said, completely missing my tone. Sylvia deserves the best. We both do, after everything we've been through. Everything you've been through? I repeated. Like what? Having your wedding paid for by someone else? His expression shifted slightly. What do you mean? I mean the $42,000 of my money that's currently funding your dream day. Brian blinked, then looked off camera. Mom, what's she talking about? It's complicated, honey, Mom said quickly. We'll explain later. No, I said, stepping closer to the phone. Let me explain. I gave our parents my life savings to help them retire. They took half of it and gave it to you for your wedding, without telling me, without asking me, without even acknowledging that it was my money in the first place. Brian was quiet for a long moment. Then he shrugged. I mean, you're invited, aren't you? What more do you want? The casual dismissal hit harder than any insult could have. This was my brother. The person I'd protected and covered for our entire lives, asking what more I could possibly want beyond watching him spend my money. I want my family to treat me like I matter, I said quietly. You do matter, Mom said. You matter so much. That's why we knew we could count on you. To pay for everything. To be part of the family, Dad corrected. This wedding benefits all of us. It brings us together. I looked around the backyard where I'd played as a child, where I'd dreamed of growing up to be someone who mattered, someone who was valued for more than her bank account. I need to go, I said, grabbing my purse. Meredith, don't leave angry, Mom called after me. But I was already walking away, my mind spinning with a realization that felt both devastating and liberating. They'd never seen me as anything more than a resource to be tapped. Time to show them what happened when the well ran dry. Dexter's law office hadn't changed much in the 2 years since we'd broken up. Same leather chairs, same view of downtown San Francisco, same way he drummed his fingers when he was thinking. What had changed was the careful distance he maintained as I sat across from his desk. So, he said, reviewing the bank statements I'd brought, you gave your parents $85,000 with no written agreement about its intended use. It was a gift for their retirement. I was clear about that. Clear to them, maybe, but legally? He shook his head. Meredith, you know better. A gift is a gift. Once you transfer money without conditions, it's theirs to do with as they please. I leaned back in the chair, feeling the weight of my own naivety. So I have no recourse. Legally, no. Morally. He set down the papers and looked at me directly for the first time since I'd walked in. That's a different story. I'm not looking for legal action, Dexter. I'm looking for information. His eyebrows raised. What kind of information? The kind that helps me understand exactly how my money is being spent. He was quiet for a long moment, studying my face. Meredith, I know that look. That's your I'm about to destroy someone's quarterly projections look. Maybe I am. These are your parents we're talking about. These are the people who took my life savings and lied to me about it. Dexter sighed and pulled up something on his computer. I did some digging after you called. The vineyard they're using? Silverbrook Estate. High-end place. Their basic wedding package starts at $60,000. $60,000 for basic. That's before flowers, photography, catering upgrades, open bar, transportation. A wedding there can easily hit 6 figures. The numbers swirled in my head. So, they're spending more than what I gave them. Probably, which means they're either dipping into their actual retirement savings, or someone else is contributing. Exactly. He turned his monitor toward me. I also looked into the catering company they're using. Exclusively cash payments. No credit cards, no checks. Everything has to be paid in full 2 weeks before the event. That's unusual. Very. Most caterers work with payment plans, especially for large events. This screams money laundering or tax evasion. I filed that information away. Anything else? The photographer they hired? She's good, but she's also Sylvia's cousin. Family discount maybe, but still charging premium rates. How do you know all this? Dexter smiled for the first time since I'd arrived. Because I'm very good at my job, and because I still care about you enough to spend 3 hours researching your brother's wedding. The admission hung between us like an unfinished conversation from 2 years ago. Thank you, I said quietly. Just promise me you won't do anything stupid. Define stupid. Meredith. I'm not going to break any laws, if that's what you're worried about. That's not what I'm worried about. Before I could ask what he meant, my phone buzzed. A text from Zella. Emergency wine session needed. My place. Now. I showed Dexter the message. Rain check on the lecture about my moral compass. Go, but call me if you need anything. Anything legal? He clarified. An hour later, I was sprawled on Zella's couch with a glass of wine that cost more than most people's weekly groceries. My best friend since college had always been my voice of reason, which made her current expression particularly concerning. Okay, she said, curling up in her chair. Talk to me, and don't leave out any details. I told her everything. The money, the confrontation, the casual way Brian had dismissed my feelings. By the time I finished, Zella was shaking her head. Your family is toxic as hell. Tell me something I don't know. I'm serious, Mer. This isn't just favoritism anymore. This is financial abuse. Dexter said I have no legal recourse. Screw legal recourse. What about emotional recourse? I looked at her over my wine glass. What do you mean? I mean, maybe it's time your family learned what happens when they take you for granted. Zella, I'm not saying burn their house down. I'm saying maybe they need a wake-up call. A big, public, impossible to ignore wake-up call. Like what? Like announcing a few truths at the wedding. The suggestion hit me like lightning. The wedding. The perfect venue where my money would be on full display, where my family would be performing their happiness for everyone to see. That's insane, is it? They used your money to throw a party. Maybe it's time you gave a speech about generosity and family values. I could picture it, the microphone, the captive audience, the moment when everyone realized where the money had really come from. Zella, that would destroy them. Good. They destroyed your trust. They destroyed your financial security. They destroyed your relationship with them. Why shouldn't there be consequences? Because they're my family. No, she said firmly. Family doesn't do what they did to you. Family doesn't lie and steal and gaslight you into thinking you're being unreasonable. My phone buzzed again. This time it was an unknown number. You don't know the full story. Let's talk. Jeffrey. I showed Zella the message. Who's Jeffrey? I have no idea. Well, she said, refilling our wine glasses. Looks like someone wants to help you find out what you're really dealing with. Should I respond? Absolutely. But first, promise me something. What? Promise me that whatever you decide to do, you'll make sure you're still standing when the dust settles. Revenge is sweet, but it can also burn the person serving it. I stared at the mysterious text message, feeling something shift inside me, something cold and calculating and utterly focused. I promise, I said. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure I meant it. Jeffrey turned out to be exactly what I'd expected from a Napa Vineyard wedding planner. Perfectly pressed khakis, a smile that could sell ice to penguins, and the kind of nervous energy that came from managing rich people's expectations for a living. We met at a coffee shop in downtown Napa, far enough from Silverbrook Estate that no one would accidentally spot us together. He was already seated when I arrived, fidgeting with his phone and glancing toward the door every few seconds. Meredith? He asked as I approached his table. That's me. Thanks for reaching out, Jeffrey. He gestured for me to sit, then immediately leaned forward like he was sharing state secrets. I probably shouldn't be doing this, But something about your family's situation has been bothering me for weeks. What kind of something? The payment structure, for starters. Your parents put down a deposit in February, then radio silence for 2 months. Suddenly, last week they show up with $42,000 in cash. Cash? Bundled hundreds. Your mother counted it out on my desk like she was buying a used car. He shook his head. In 20 years of wedding planning, I've never seen anything like it. Did they say where it came from? Your father mentioned a family contribution, but he was vague about it. Your mother kept talking about how blessed they were to have such a generous daughter. The words hit exactly as intended. They told you I paid for it. Not directly, but the implication was clear. Jeffrey pulled out his tablet and swiped through some files. Then there's the other issue. Other issue? Sylvia's family was supposed to cover the flowers in her dress. $28,000 total. They backed out last week, claiming a family emergency. Guess who got stuck with that bill? My parents. Your parents, who then called me in a panic because they were suddenly short on funds. He showed me an email chain. Look at this. The messages were a masterclass in financial chaos. Sylvia's mother apologizing profusely. Sylvia herself promising to figure something out. My mother frantically asking about payment plan options. So, they used more of my money to cover what Sylvia's family should have paid. That's what it looks like to me. Jeffrey closed the tablet and studied my face. I'm telling you this because I've seen families destroy themselves over wedding expenses. The stress, the resentment, the financial strain. It never ends well. What made you reach out to me specifically? Your mother mentioned you work in marketing, strategic planning, client management, that sort of thing. I figured if anyone could handle this situation diplomatically, it would be you. I almost laughed. Diplomatically. If only he knew what I was actually planning. I appreciate you telling me all this, Jeffrey. It helps me understand the full picture. There's one more thing. He hesitated, then pulled up the wedding timeline on his tablet. I need to finalize the reception schedule. Your parents mentioned you might want to give a toast. They did. Your mother specifically asked me to make sure there was time for family speeches. She said you were so instrumental in making the wedding happen, it would be wrong not to acknowledge your contribution. The irony was so perfect, it felt scripted. What would that involve? Just let me know if you want to be added to the program. I can slot you in right after the father of the bride speech, before we cut the cake. That sounds perfect. Jeffrey smiled, clearly relieved to have one less detail to worry about. Great. I'll add you to the list. As he typed on his tablet, I noticed the guest management system was still open. Names, table assignments, dietary restrictions, all laid out in neat digital rows. That's quite a system you have there. It has to be. 300 guests, multiple dietary needs, seating politics. One mistake and the whole reception falls apart. 300 guests? That seems like a lot. It is. Your brother and Sylvia wanted to invite everyone they'd ever met, apparently. The final head count came in last week. He turned the tablet slightly, and I caught a glimpse of the guest list. My name was there, assigned to table 12. Not the family table. Not even close to the family table. Table 12 looks nice, I said casually. Oh, that's just a placeholder. I can move you wherever you'd like. Family should sit together, right? Actually, table 12 is fine, but could you add me to the toast schedule? I'd love to say a few words about family and generosity. Of course. How much time do you need? 5 minutes should be plenty. Jeffrey made a note. Perfect. And just so you know, we'll have the full AV setup running. Microphone, projector screen for photos, the works. Your parents really went all out. They certainly did. We finished our coffee and shook hands outside the cafe. Jeffrey headed back to his vineyard, probably feeling good about facilitating family harmony. I sat in my car for a long moment, processing everything I'd learned. 42,000 of my dollars, 28,000 more to cover Sylvia's family's broken promises. My name relegated to table 12, while my money paid for everything. And now I had 5 minutes on a microphone, in front of 300 people, with a projector screen at my disposal. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Hope you enjoyed your coffee with Jeffrey. Some secrets are worth sharing. A friend. I looked around the parking lot, but saw nothing suspicious. Just tourists and wine enthusiasts going about their day. Someone was watching. Someone who knew about my meeting with Jeffrey. Someone who wanted me to know they were watching. I started my car and pulled out of the parking lot, my mind already racing ahead to what I needed to do next. First, I needed to figure out who my mysterious friend was. Then, I needed to prepare for the most important 5-minute presentation of my career. The mysterious text led me down a rabbit hole I never expected. After some creative social media stalking, I discovered my friend was likely someone from Sylvia's inner circle. Someone with access to wedding planning details and a grudge worth sharing. It took 3 days of digital detective work, but I finally found him. Gideon Martinez, personal trainer, aspiring influencer, and, according to his Instagram stories, someone who'd been conspicuously absent from all of Sylvia's recent posts, despite being tagged in dozens of workout photos over the past year. I found his gym in Berkeley and showed up during what I'd calculated was his usual Thursday afternoon session. He was exactly what I'd expected, perfectly sculpted, aggressively tan, and currently deadlifting twice my body weight. Gideon? I approached during his rest period. I'm Meredith. I think we need to talk about Sylvia. His face went through several expressions before settling on suspicious. Who are you? I'm the sister of the groom, and I think you might be able to help me understand some things about my future sister-in-law. He set down his weights and grabbed a towel. I don't know what you're talking about. Really? Because someone's been sending me very interesting messages about secrets worth sharing. Someone who knows about wedding planning meetings and family drama. Gideon's jaw tightened. Look, I don't want any trouble. I'm trying to move on with my life. Move on from what? He glanced around the gym, then nodded toward a quieter corner. From her. From all of it. She made her choice. What choice? The choice to marry someone else while telling me she was just waiting for the right time to break up with him. The pieces clicked into place. How long were you two? 8 months, right up until 3 weeks ago when she suddenly stopped returning my calls. He pulled out his phone and showed me their text thread. The last message was from Sylvia. I can't do this anymore. Please don't contact me again. That was it? No explanation? Nothing. One day we're planning a weekend in Tahoe. The next day I'm blocked on everything except text messages. His voice cracked slightly. I thought we had something real. Did she ever mention the wedding? She said it was complicated, that she was trapped in this engagement because of family expectations, but she was going to find a way out. He scrolled through older messages. Look at this. The texts were damning. Sylvia complaining about Brian's immaturity, calling the wedding a performance for his parents, talking about how she deserved better but needed to play the game until she could figure out her exit strategy. She was using you. Yeah, I figured that out, but not before I fell for all of it. He looked at me carefully. Why are you showing me this? What do you want? I want the truth to come out. My family is spending a fortune on this wedding, and they deserve to know who they're really celebrating. And you think I'm going to help you blow up her wedding? I think you deserve better than being someone's secret backup plan. Gideon was quiet for a long moment, staring at his phone. She called me Gideon during a dress fitting last week. What? Your brother. She was on FaceTime with him, talking about alterations or something, and she accidentally called him Gideon. Then she laughed it off like it was nothing. You heard this? I was there, at the bridal shop. She told me she needed moral support for a family obligation. I thought she meant shopping with her mom. He shook his head. I should have realized then that I was the other guy. Will you help me? Help you do what? Show people who she really is. Show my brother what he's actually marrying. Gideon looked around the gym again, then back at me. What would that involve? Screenshots of your conversations, proof that she was planning to leave him right up until 3 weeks ago. That would destroy him. She was going to destroy him anyway. At least this way he finds out before he signs the marriage certificate. He was wavering. I could see it in his face. Look, I said gently. I'm not asking you to stand up at the altar and object. I'm asking you to let the truth speak for itself. Don't you think my brother deserves to know what kind of person he's about to legally bind himself to? And what about you? What do you get out of this? Justice. My family has been lying to me and using my money to fund this fairy tale. Maybe it's time everyone learned what fairy tales actually cost. Gideon stared at his phone for another long moment, then started screenshotting messages. I want to be kept out of it. No names, no direct quotes that could be traced back to me. Deal. And I want her to know that someone cared enough about the truth to speak up. She'll know. He handed me his phone. Send these to yourself. But, Meredith. Yeah. Make sure you're ready for the fallout. Once you light this fuse, there's no putting it back. I forwarded the screenshots to my email, then handed back his phone. There's already been fallout. I'm just making sure it lands where it belongs. That evening, I sat in my apartment organizing everything I'd gathered. Bank statements, text messages, wedding expense breakdowns, Jeffrey's timeline. I uploaded it all to a USB drive shaped like a lipstick tube, a gift from Zella that I'd never found a use for until now. As I tucked the drive into my clutch, I whispered to my reflection in the mirror. Lights. Camera. The rest of the sentence hung unspoken, but I could feel it building in my chest like a storm. 3 days until the wedding. 3 days until my family learned what happened when they mistook kindness for weakness. 3 days until everyone discovered the real cost of their fairy tale. The crimson slip dress had been an impulse purchase 3 months ago, hanging in my closet with tags still attached. As I slipped it on Saturday morning, I realized it was perfect for today. Bold, impossible to ignore, and the exact color of the wine that would be flowing at my brother's reception. The color of blood, Zella had texted when I sent her a photo. Perfect choice. Silverbrook Estate looked like something out of a magazine spread. Rolling hills dotted with grapevines, rustic wooden structures that probably cost more to maintain than most people's salaries, and enough fairy lights to power a small city. My $42,000 had bought quite the backdrop. I parked between a Tesla and a BMW, checking my clutch one more time. The lipstick-shaped USB drive sat nestled between my phone and credit cards, innocuous as a breath mint. "Meredith!" I turned to see my mother rushing toward me, her face a mixture of relief and horror. She was wearing a dusty rose dress that probably cost more than my monthly rent, her hair styled into submission by what had clearly been a very expensive professional. "You came," she said, reaching for a hug that I allowed but didn't return. "Of course I came. I wouldn't miss my brother's big day." "That dress is very bold." "Thank you. You look lovely too, Mom. The color suits you." She glanced around nervously. "Your father's greeting guests by the ceremony area. Brian's getting ready in the bridal suite. Everything's going perfectly." "I'm sure it is. You've put a lot of effort into making this day special." "We all have." Her smile was strained. "I'm so glad we could work everything out as a family." "Work everything out?" "You know, the little misunderstanding about the money. I knew you'd come around once you saw how beautiful everything turned out. The casual dismissal of my financial sacrifice as a little misunderstanding should have surprised me, but it didn't. This was exactly who my mother had always been." "It certainly is beautiful," I agreed. "Every penny well spent." "Exactly. Now, let me show you to your table. Jeffrey has you seated with some lovely people." She led me through the reception area, past tables draped in ivory linens and centerpieces that probably cost more than most people's car payments. Table 12 was exactly where I'd expected it to be. Far from the family tables, close to the kitchen doors, surrounded by people I'd never met. "This looks perfect," I said, setting my clutch on the table. "Wonderful. The ceremony starts in 20 minutes. I should go check on Brian." As she hurried away, I took a moment to survey the scene. 300 guests milling around, servers carrying champagne flutes, photographers capturing every angle of the fairy tale my money had purchased. "Meredith?" I turned to find Jeffrey approaching, looking harried but professional in his perfectly pressed suit. "Everything looks incredible, Jeffrey. You've outdone yourself. Thank you. I wanted to confirm your toast timing. You're scheduled right after Sylvia's father speaks, before the cake cutting. About 5 minutes, right?" "That's perfect." "Great. The AV tech will have everything ready. Microphone, projector screen, the works." He paused. "Is there anything specific you need for your presentation?" "Just the standard setup. I have everything I need right here." I patted my clutch. "Wonderful. Oh, and Sylvia asked me to mention that she's so grateful you could make it. She knows how important family is." "Family is everything," I agreed. "Speaking of which, I should probably find my seat for the ceremony." Jeffrey nodded and hurried off to manage whatever crisis was undoubtedly brewing in the kitchen. I made my way toward the ceremony area, a perfectly manicured lawn with white chairs arranged in neat rows, facing an arch covered in flowers that cost more than most people's monthly salary. The guests were beginning to take their seats. I recognized some faces from family gatherings over the years, but most were strangers. Brian and Sylvia's friends, colleagues, the extended network of people who would witness their perfect day. "Meredith!" My father appeared at my elbow, looking distinguished in his rented tuxedo. "You look beautiful, sweetheart. That's quite a dress." "Thank you, Dad. Everything looks amazing. You and Mom should be very proud." "We are. This is exactly what Brian deserves." "It certainly is." The string quartet began playing, signaling the start of the ceremony. I found an aisle seat 3 rows from the back, close enough to see everything but far enough away to avoid the family photos. Brian appeared at the altar, looking nervous but happy, his groomsmen flanking him in matching grey suits. The music swelled, and Sylvia began her walk down the aisle in a dress that cost more than some people's cars. She looked radiant, glowing, like a woman who had successfully manipulated an entire family into funding her dream wedding while keeping her backup plan warm until the last possible moment. The ceremony was everything a wedding should be. Beautiful words about love and commitment, tears from the mothers, nervous laughter from the groom. I watched it all with the detached interest of someone observing a performance, because that's what this was, a performance. And in about 2 hours, I was going to give the closing act. "You may kiss the bride," the officiant announced. The crowd erupted in applause as Brian and Sylvia sealed their union with a kiss that would have been perfect for their wedding album. I clapped along with everyone else, my hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins. As the happy couple walked back down the aisle, Sylvia's eyes found mine for just a moment. Her smile flickered, almost imperceptibly, before snapping back into place. She knew something was coming. Maybe not what, but something. Good. Let her wonder. The reception was about to begin, and I had a toast to prepare. The reception was in full swing by the time Geoffrey approached my table with a wireless microphone. The champagne had been flowing for an hour, loosening tongues and lowering inhibitions. Perfect timing. "Ready for your toast?" he asked, handing me the mic. Absolutely. I made my way to the small stage area where a projector screen had been set up for the slideshow of childhood photos that had played during dinner. The AV tech nodded at me as I plugged in my USB drive. "Testing, testing," I said into the microphone. The sound system crackled to life, drawing attention from across the reception tent. "Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please." Conversations died down as 300 faces turned toward me. I spotted my parents at the head table, my mother beaming with pride, my father raising his champagne glass in anticipation. Brian and Sylvia sat hand in hand, both glowing with newlywed bliss. For those who don't know me, I'm Meredith, Brian's older sister. I've had the privilege of watching my little brother grow into the man he is today, and I couldn't be more proud to stand here and celebrate this beautiful union. Warm murmurs rippled through the crowd. My mother dabbed at her eyes with her napkin. When I think about family, I think about sacrifice, about the things we do for the people we love, often without recognition or thanks. I think about generosity and how it flows between family members like water finding its level. I clicked to the first slide on my presentation, a photo of Brian and me as children, building sandcastles on a beach vacation our parents had saved for months to afford. Brian has always been special, our golden child, the one who could do no wrong. And as his big sister, I've always been happy to support him, to help him achieve his dreams. More approving nods. Sylvia was smiling, but something in her eyes had shifted. She sensed the change in tone even if she couldn't identify it yet. In fact, just 3 months ago, I was able to help make today possible in a very concrete way. I clicked to the next slide. My bank statement, with the $85,000 withdrawal highlighted in yellow. You see, I gave our parents $85,000, my life savings, 3 years of brutal saving, no vacations, no luxuries. I gave it to them as a retirement gift, believing I was helping them achieve financial security in their golden years. The murmur in the crowd changed pitch, Confusion replaced warmth. But then I discovered something interesting about generosity and family values. Click. The next slide showed my parents' bank records, with the $42,000 transfer to the wedding venue clearly marked. It turns out that half of my retirement gift to my parents went directly to funding this beautiful celebration. My money paid for this venue, this catering, these flowers you're admiring. The silence was deafening now. I could see my father starting to rise from his chair, but my mother grabbed his arm. Now, I want to be clear. I don't begrudge anyone a beautiful wedding. Love should be celebrated, but I do think honesty should be celebrated too. Click. The next slide showed Sylvia's family's broken promise to pay for flowers and dress, with the email chain Jeffrey had shown me. Especially when that love is built on such solid foundations. Click. The first screenshot of Sylvia's texts with Gideon appeared on screen. The timestamp was clear, 2 weeks before the wedding. I can't do this anymore with Brian. He's so immature. I deserve better than this performance for his parents. Gasps erupted throughout the tent. Sylvia shot to her feet, her face white as her wedding dress. That's not... Those are fake. Are they? I clicked to the next screenshot. Here's another one from the same conversation. The wedding is just a game I have to play until I figure out my exit strategy. Stop this! Brian stood up, his face flushed with anger and humiliation. What the hell is wrong with you? What's wrong with me is that I've spent my entire life being the responsible one, while you got everything handed to you. What's wrong with me is that I sacrificed my financial future for people who see me as nothing more than a bank account. Click. Another screenshot. I'm only staying with him because breaking up now would be too complicated. After the wedding, I'll find a way out. Sylvia was crying now, mascara streaming down her cheeks. Those messages were taken out of context. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. Click. The final screenshot, dated just 3 weeks ago. I found someone who actually appreciates me. Once I figure out how to handle the family situation, I'm done with this charade. The tent erupted in chaos. Guests were talking over each other, some standing to get a better look at the screen, others pulling out their phones to record the meltdown. Meredith, stop this right now. My mother's voice cut through the noise. Why? Because it's embarrassing? Because people might realize that your perfect son married someone who was planning to leave him before the ink dried on the marriage certificate? You're destroying everything, my father shouted. No, Dad, I'm revealing what was already destroyed. You destroyed my trust when you stole my money. Sylvia destroyed this marriage before it even began. I'm just making sure everyone knows the truth. I raised my champagne glass, the one I'd been holding throughout the entire presentation. So, here's to family, to generosity, to the people who sacrifice everything for the ones they love, and to the people who take that sacrifice for granted. I took a sip, then set the glass down on the podium. And here's to karma, because sometimes the universe needs a little help delivering justice. The microphone feedback screeched as I set it down and walked off the stage. Behind me, the chaos intensified. Sylvia was sobbing, Brian was shouting. My parents were frantically trying to explain to horrified relatives. I walked calmly through the crowd, ignoring the stares and whispered comments, and headed for the parking lot. My phone was already buzzing with calls and texts, but I ignored them all. Except one. Unknown number. Well played. Your friend? I smiled and slipped the phone back into my clutch. The fairy tale was over. Time to see who was left standing when the dust settled. Dexter's office felt like a sanctuary compared to the media circus my life had become. The wedding video had gone viral. Someone had live-streamed my toast, and now Show Wedding Revenge was trending on 3 different platforms. So, Dexter said, sliding a folder across his desk, Sylvia's lawyer wants to discuss defamation charges. Let them discuss it. Meredith, they're claiming you fabricated those text messages. I pulled out my phone and showed him the screenshots I'd saved directly from Gideon's device. Hard to fabricate metadata. Plus, I have the original source willing to testify if needed. About that, Gideon's been getting death threats from Sylvia's friends. He's scared. He'll be fine. The truth protects him. Dexter leaned back in his chair. What about your family? Have you heard from them? Brian called 67 times yesterday. I blocked his number this morning. And your parents? Radio silence, which is exactly what I expected. My phone buzzed with a text from Zella. Turn on Channel 7. Now. I grabbed the remote and flipped to the local news. There was Sylvia sitting in what looked like a professional interview setup, dabbing her eyes with tissues. The messages were taken completely out of context, she was saying to the reporter. I was going through a difficult time, having doubts like any bride does. But I love Brian. I've always loved Brian. What about the person you were texting with? The reporter asked. That was just a friend helping me work through my pre-wedding anxiety. Nothing inappropriate happened. Dexter snorted. She's good. I'll give her that. The interview continued with Sylvia painting herself as the victim of a vindictive sister-in-law who couldn't handle her brother's happiness. She was convincing, sympathetic, perfectly coached. Then the reporter's expression changed. We've actually obtained additional messages that seem to contradict your timeline, Sylvia. Would you like to respond to these? The screen filled with more screenshots, ones I hadn't used in my presentation. Messages where Sylvia explicitly discussed physical intimacy with Gideon, made specific plans to leave Brian after the honeymoon, even joked about milking the family for everything they're worth. Before making her exit, Sylvia's face crumbled. Those aren't... Where did you get those? A source close to the situation provided them to our newsroom this morning. I looked at Dexter. I didn't give them anything else. Then who... My phone rang. Unknown number. This is Meredith. Hello, Meredith. This is Gideon. I think it's time we talked properly. An hour later, I met Gideon at the same Berkeley gym where this had all started. He looked exhausted, but determined. I gave the rest of the messages to the news, he said without preamble. All of them. The ones where she talked about using your family's money to fund her escape plan. The ones where she laughed about your parents being easy marks. Why now? Because she went on TV and called me a liar. Because she's trying to destroy both of us to save herself. He pulled up a news article on his phone. Look at this. The headline read, Wedding Crasher's Accomplice. Local trainer admits to fabricating evidence. She's claiming you paid me to create fake messages, that this whole thing was a setup because you were jealous of your brother's happiness. That's insane. That's Sylvia. She's been planning this counterattack since the moment you walked off that stage. So, what happens now? Now the truth comes out. All of it. I've given everything to the reporters. Phone records, timestamps, even security footage from the gym showing her here when she was supposed to be wedding planning. My phone buzzed. A call from Brian. I answered. Meredith. His voice was hollow, defeated. We need to talk. Do we? I saw the news, the additional messages, the timeline. A long pause. I'm sorry. For what, specifically? For not listening. For not seeing what was happening. For letting them use your money without telling you. And for treating you like you didn't matter. Like your feelings didn't count as long as everyone else was happy. I looked at Gideon, who was pretending not to listen while obviously hanging on every word. Where's Sylvia now? Gone. Took half our wedding gifts and disappeared sometime last night. Left a note saying she couldn't handle the pressure. I'm sorry, Brian. No, you're not. And you shouldn't be. You tried to warn me and I wouldn't listen. What about Mom and Dad? They're processing. Dad keeps saying you went too far, but Mom's been quiet. I think she knows you were right. And the money? I'll pay you back. Every penny. It might take time, but keep it. What? Keep the money. Consider it my wedding gift to you. A very expensive lesson about the people you choose to trust. The line was quiet for a long moment. Meredith, I know I don't deserve it, but is there any chance we can fix this? Our family, I mean. I watched Gideon pack up his gym bag, preparing to face whatever came next with dignity intact. I don't know, Brian. Trust isn't something you can just rebuild with an apology. But you're not saying no. I'm saying actions matter more than words. Show me you've learned something from this, and maybe we can talk. I hung up and turned to Gideon. What will you do now? Start over, I guess. New gym, new clients, new life. What about you? Same thing. New boundaries, new priorities, new definition of family. We walked out of the gym together, into the California sunshine that felt different somehow, cleaner. Do you regret it? Gideon asked as we reached our cars. Which part? All of it. The revenge, the public humiliation, burning it all down. I considered the question seriously. The viral videos, the news coverage, the family relationships that might never recover. No, I said finally. I don't regret it. Even though it cost you your family. It didn't cost me my family. It revealed what my family actually was. I got in my car and rolled down the window. Besides, revenge doesn't give you wings, Gideon. It just helps you bury the ashes. As I drove away, my phone buzzed with a text from Zella. Dinner tonight. I'm buying. We need to celebrate your freedom. I smiled and typed back. Absolutely. But I'm buying. I can afford it now. For the first time in years, that was completely true.
I should have known something was wrong when my mother insisted on hosting my baby shower at her house instead of mine. My name is Desiree, and 6 months ago, I held my daughter for exactly 47 minutes before they took her away forever. 7 months pregnant, and she just stopped moving. The doctors used words like stillbirth and cord accident, but all I heard was silence where her heartbeat used to be. Desiree, honey, you need to eat something. Kira pressed a paper plate into my hands, loaded with finger sandwiches I couldn't taste. My best friend had been hovering all afternoon, shooting worried glances at the growing crowd in Mom's backyard. I'm fine, I lied, watching my sister Meredith flutter between guests like some kind of social butterfly. She wore a flowing yellow sundress that made her look radiant, while I felt like a ghost haunting my own event. This was supposed to help with closure, I muttered, more to myself than Kira. Maybe we should have done this differently, she whispered back. Your mum invited half the neighbourhood. This feels more like a funeral reception, I finished. Yeah, I noticed. The whole thing had been Mom's idea. You need to move forward, Desiree. This will help you say goodbye properly. But looking around at the pastel decorations and baby-themed games nobody was playing, it felt more like a performance than healing. Ladies! Ladies! Meredith's voice cut through the awkward chatter. She stood on the patio steps, wine glass raised, commanding attention like she always did. I know today is about celebrating Desiree and honouring her beautiful daughter. My stomach clenched. She'd never once said my baby's name. Not once. But I have some news that I just can't keep to myself anymore. Meredith's smile was blinding. I'm pregnant! The crowd erupted in surprise, squeals and congratulations. I felt the blood drain from my face as guests turned between us, unsure whether to celebrate or console. Someone actually started clapping. That's when I saw him. Terence stepped out from behind the sliding glass door, his hand finding Meredith's waist with practiced ease. My ex-fiancé. The man who'd left me 3 weeks after we buried our daughter because he needed space to process. We're having a baby, Meredith announced, leaning into Terence like they were posing for a magazine cover. The world tilted sideways. Conversations died mid-sentence. Aunt Hannah dropped her plastic cup. Kira's hand found my arm, gripping tight enough to leave marks. Surprise, Terence added with that cocky grin I used to find charming. Now it looked like a knife. I couldn't breathe. The timeline was spinning in my head. When had this started? How long had they been? My baby shower. They'd announced their pregnancy at my baby shower. Desiree? Mom appeared beside me, but her eyes were already drifting back to Meredith. Isn't this wonderful? You're going to be an aunt. I stared at her. At all of them. The guests were recovering from their shock, starting to offer congratulations to the happy couple. My sister was glowing, accepting hugs and well wishes while I stood there like a piece of furniture. When? The words scraped out of my throat. When what, honey? Meredith tilted her head with fake concern. When are you due? Her smile flickered for just a second. March 15th. My daughter had been due March 20th, 5 days apart. How far along? I pressed, my voice getting stronger. 16 weeks, Terence answered smoothly. We wanted to wait until the second trimester to tell everyone. 16 weeks. That meant they'd conceived in July. I'd lost my baby in June. The math hit me like a physical blow. Desiree, you look pale, Mum said, but there was irritation in her voice, not concern. This is happy news. You should be celebrating with your sister. I looked around at the faces staring at me expectantly, waiting for me to smile and play along, to be grateful for this blessing that had somehow bloomed from the ashes of my grief. Instead, I turned and walked into the house without a word. Behind me, I heard Mum's voice, sharp with embarrassment. She's still having a hard time. You know how she gets. But it was what came next that stopped me cold at the kitchen window. Mum's arms wrapped around Meredith in a fierce hug, and her voice carried clearly through the glass. At least one of my girls can hold a man. The guests fell silent. Even Meredith looked shocked, but not shocked enough to correct her. I need to back up and tell you how I knew. 3 months ago, I was still trying to piece my life back together. Grief counselling twice a week, forcing myself to eat, pretending I was healing. That's when the little things started adding up. Terence missed another appointment, Dr. Martinez told me, after what should have been our final follow-up. Is everything okay at home? I stared at the empty chair beside me. He said he had a work emergency. The third one this month? I didn't have an answer. That night, I confronted him. You've missed every single appointment since the funeral. Those sessions are depressing, Des. I'm trying to move forward. He didn't even look up from his laptop. Maybe you should too. Move forward? Our daughter died 2 months ago. And sitting in that office talking about it isn't bringing her back. The coldness in his voice should have been my first real clue. A week later, Meredith called during one of her usual check-ins. How are you holding up, sis? Some days are better than others. Well, I have good news that might cheer you up. I got promoted to Senior Marketing Coordinator. That's great, Mer. When did that happen? Last month. I've been so busy with all these client dinners and late meetings. You know how it is. Except I didn't know how it was, because Meredith worked for a small non-profit that barely had the budget for office supplies, let alone client dinners. What kind of clients? I asked. Oh, you know, boring corporate stuff. Hey, I should go. Another late meeting tonight. After she hung up, I sat there staring at my phone. Meredith had never worked late a day in her life. She was the type who left at exactly 5 o'clock and complained if anyone expected overtime. That's when I started paying attention. I think I'm losing my mind, I told Kira over coffee the next week. What do you mean? Terence is never home anymore. Always has some excuse. And Meredith keeps lying about these mysterious work events. Kira stirred her latte slowly. Des, you've been through hell. Sometimes grief makes us paranoid. What if I'm not paranoid? Then what are you saying? I couldn't say it out loud, not yet. Instead, I did something I'd never done before. I started documenting everything. Terence's late nights, Meredith's sudden busy schedule, the way Mom always seemed to know where Meredith was, but never asked about me anymore. You're working late again, I asked Terence one Thursday evening. Big presentation tomorrow, you know how Peterson gets. I did know how Peterson gets. Peterson was Terence's boss, and he'd been on vacation in Europe for 2 weeks. I'd seen the photos on his wife's Facebook. That night, after Terence left, I did something that still makes my stomach turn. I synced his calendar to my phone. Just temporarily, I told myself. Just to see. The calendar showed no work events, no presentations, but there were blocked out times labelled M scattered throughout the past month. M for Meredith. You need to stop this, Kira said when I showed her. This isn't healthy. Neither is being lied to by everyone I trust. So what if they're hanging out? Maybe Meredith is helping him process the grief. Maybe they're planning something nice for you. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to believe her so badly. But then I found the group chat. It was an accident, really. Meredith had left her phone at Mum's house after Sunday dinner, and Mum asked me to drop it off. The screen lit up with a notification as I was walking to my car. Baby done broken, 3 participants. My hands were shaking as I swiped the notification. The chat opened, and I saw months of messages, hundreds of them. Meredith. She's still crying every day. It's exhausting. Terence. I can't take much more of this. She's completely broken. Mom. Give it time. She'll move on eventually. She has to. Meredith. What if she doesn't? What if she stays like this forever? Terence. Then I'm done. I can't build a life with someone who's stuck in the past. Mom. You deserve better than this, both of you. Meredith. You've always been my strong one. I scrolled up, reading weeks of conversations. They talked about me like I was a problem to be solved, a burden to be managed. But it was the most recent message that made me screenshot everything. Meredith. I have news. Call me. Terence. Good news, I hope. I need some good news. Mom. Whatever it is, we'll figure it out together. The 3 of us. The 3 of us. I sat in my car outside Meredith's apartment for 20 minutes, her phone burning in my hands like evidence of a crime. When I finally knocked on her door, she answered with a guilty smile. Des! What are you doing here? You left your phone at Mum's. Oh my God, thank you. I was looking everywhere for it. She took the phone, and I watched her face change as she saw the notifications still on the screen. Did you? Yeah, I said quietly. I saw it. We stared at each other for a long moment. It's not what you think, she said finally. Then what is it? But she just closed the door. The next morning, I called in sick to work and spread everything across my kitchen table like I was building a case for court. Screenshots of the group chat. Terence's calendar with all those mysterious M appointments. Credit card statements showing hotel charges I'd never seen. Phone records with hours-long calls to Meredith's number. You look like a detective, Elijah said, when he stopped by with soup from the deli near our office. Maybe I am one now. I didn't look up from the papers. Elijah worked in IT at my company. We'd started talking more after the funeral. He was one of the few people who didn't treat me like I might shatter if he said the wrong thing. This is a lot of evidence for... He paused, studying the timeline I'd created. What exactly are you trying to prove? That I'm not crazy. Des. Nobody thinks you're crazy. I laughed, but it came out bitter. My own family has a group chat called Baby Done Broken. They think I'm completely insane. Elijah sat down across from me, moving some papers aside. Show me. I handed him my phone with the screenshots, watched his face change as he read through months of messages. Jesus Christ, he whispered. They really wrote this stuff? Keep reading. It gets worse. He scrolled down to a conversation from 2 weeks ago. Mum. She asked me about therapy again. I told her she needs to stop wallowing. Terence. The grief counsellor says she's making progress, but I don't see it. Meredith. Maybe she needs tougher love. You're too soft on her, T. Terence, you're right. I should have ended this months ago. Mom, you both deserve happiness. Real happiness. Not this constant mourning. Meredith, I wish I could help more. I hate seeing you both suffer. Terence, you help just by being here. You remind me what normal feels like. They're talking about you like you're not even human, Elijah said, setting the phone down carefully. There's more. I pulled out a folder. Hotel receipts. The Marriott downtown, every Tuesday for 6 weeks. The same Tuesday Meredith told me she had her book club. Book club? She doesn't read books, Elijah. She hasn't read a book since high school. He flipped through the receipts, cross-referencing them with the calendar. These dates match up perfectly with Terence's M appointments. I know. So what are you going to do with all this? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. Text from Meredith. We need to talk. Can you come over? I showed Elijah the message. Don't go, he said immediately. Not alone. I have to. I need to hear what she has to say. Then I'm coming with you. Elijah. No arguments. Something about this whole thing feels off. Like they're setting you up for something. An hour later, we stood outside Meredith's apartment. Through the window, I could see Terence's car in the parking lot. Both of them are here, I told Elijah. Even better. Let's see what they have to say. Meredith opened the door wearing one of those flowing tops that could hide anything. Her smile was too bright, too practiced. Des! And Elijah, right? From your work? That's right. Elijah's voice was polite but cold. Come in, come in. Terence is here too. We thought it would be good to all talk together. The living room felt like a stage set. Terence sat on the couch, looking uncomfortable. Meredith gestured for us to sit in the chairs across from them. So, Meredith began, I know yesterday was awkward with the phone thing. The phone thing? I repeated. You seeing that group chat? I know it looked bad, but we can explain. Terence leaned forward. We've been worried about you, Des. Really worried. The grief counsellor said sometimes family members need to coordinate care. Coordinate care? We've been talking to Dr. Martinez, Meredith said, about how to help you through this difficult time. I felt Elijah tense beside me. Dr. Martinez told you to create a group chat called Baby Done Broken. Meredith's face flushed. That was Terence's idea. Poor taste, I know, but poor taste? Elijah's voice was sharp. You called your sister broken because she's grieving her dead child. That's not what we meant, Terence said quickly. The name was it was shorthand. We didn't mean anything by it. Shorthand for what? I asked. They exchanged a look, one of those married couple looks that said everything and nothing. For helping you heal, Meredith said finally. I pulled out my phone and opened the voice recorder app, set it on the coffee table between us. What's that for? Terence asked. I want to make sure I remember this conversation correctly. You know how grief affects memory. Another look between them, this one more panicked. Des, that's not necessary, Meredith said. We're family. We don't need to record each other. But we do need to lie to each other. Nobody's lying, Terence said, but his voice was getting defensive. We've been trying to protect you. Protect me from what? From yourself, Meredith said quietly. From staying stuck in this grief forever. From never moving on. Moving on? I repeated the words slowly. Is that what you call it when your fiancé starts sleeping with your sister 2 weeks after you bury your daughter? The silence in the room was deafening. That's not... Terence started. The Marriott downtown. Every Tuesday. Room 412. Should I keep going? Meredith's face went white. How did you... Does it matter how I know? What matters is that I do know. Elijah reached over and stopped the recording. I think we've heard enough. As we stood to leave, Terence called out, Des, wait, let's explain. I turned back to look at them, really look at them. Meredith was crying now, but they looked like guilty tears, not sorry ones. There's nothing to explain, I said, but there might be something to share. What does that mean? Meredith asked. I smiled for the first time in months. You'll find out soon enough. You want to do what now? Attorney Sarah Martinez leaned back in her leather chair, studying the folder I'd placed on her desk. I want to know my legal options. If I have recordings of them discussing me, can they sue me for defamation if I share them? Recordings obtained how? The group chat was on Meredith's phone when she left it at my mum's house. The voice recording was made during a conversation in her living room with everyone's knowledge. Sarah flipped through the screenshots. And you're planning to share these where exactly? I haven't decided yet. Desiree, I have to ask, what's your end goal here? Revenge? Money? Custody of something? Justice, I said simply. They've been lying to everyone about what kind of people they are. Maybe it's time people knew the truth. Truth can be expensive. Are you prepared for the fallout? I thought about Mom's words at the baby shower, about months of being treated like a broken toy, about Terence leaving me when I needed him most, only to immediately run to my sister. I'm already living the fallout, I said. At least this way, I won't be living it alone. That afternoon, I met Kira at our usual coffee shop. She took one look at my face and ordered us both double shots. You have that look, she said, sliding into the booth across from me. What look? The same look you had in college when you found out Marcus was cheating on you with 3 different girls. This is a little different than college drama, Kira. Is it, though? Same pattern. Guy treats you like garbage, you find evidence, you plan nuclear revenge. I pulled out my phone and showed her the baby shower invitation Mum had sent me. Look at the guest list. She scrolled through the names. I don't recognise half these people. That's because they're not my friends. They're Meredith and Terence's friends. Mum invited their entire social circle to my baby shower. Why would she do that? Because it was never supposed to be my baby shower. Look at this. I showed her a text thread I'd found on Mum's phone when she'd asked me to check her messages while she was driving. Mum to Meredith. Perfect timing with the announcement. Everyone will be there to celebrate. Meredith to Mum. Are you sure she won't suspect anything? Mum to Meredith. She's too wrapped up in her own grief to notice. This will be good for her. Give her something positive to focus on. Kira's mouth fell open. They planned this. They actually planned to announce their pregnancy at your baby shower. Gets better. Check this out. I scrolled to another message. Terence to Mum. Should we record it? Might go viral. Surprise pregnancy announcements are trending. They wanted to make your pain into content. Kira's voice was getting louder. Other customers were starting to stare. Apparently. But here's what they don't know. I've been recording too. I showed her the voice memo app on my phone. Dozens of files, all carefully labelled with dates and locations. Des, what are you planning? Remember how you used to DJ parties in college? You still have that Bluetooth speaker set up? Yeah, but I need you to help me with something that's going to change everything. This sounds dangerous. It's not dangerous, it's just loud. The next day, Elijah found me in the office break room staring at my laptop screen. You look like you haven't slept, he said, pouring himself coffee. I've been editing audio files all night. Audio files of what? I pulled up the folder on my desktop. 6 months of conversations. Phone calls I recorded when I suspected Terence was cheating. Voice memos from family dinners where they talked about me like I wasn't there. The group chat messages read aloud so they're in audio format. Des, what are you going to do with all this? Play it at the baby shower. Elijah nearly choked on his coffee. You're going to what? Mum invited 60 people to watch Meredith announce her pregnancy with my ex-fiancé. Fine. Let's give them a show they'll never forget. This is insane. You could destroy your entire family. My family destroyed itself. I'm just providing the soundtrack. My phone buzzed with a text from Mum. Don't forget to bring the playlist for tomorrow. Something upbeat and celebratory. I showed Elijah the message. She wants me to bring the music. Please tell me you're not actually going through with this. I've already created the playlist. Want to hear it? I plugged in my headphones and played him a sample. First, upbeat party music. Then seamlessly mixed in Terence's voice. She's completely broken. I can't build a life with someone who's stuck in the past. Followed by Meredith. What if she stays like this forever? I can't keep pretending to care. And Mum, you deserve better than this. Both of you. Meredith's always been my strong one. Elijah pulled off the headphones, his face pale. Jesus, Des! When people hear this, they'll know who these people really are. And then what? You'll be alone. Your whole family will cut you off. They already have cut me off. They just haven't told me yet. That evening, I got a call from Aunt Hannah. Sweetie, I'm so excited for tomorrow. Your mother says Meredith has some big news to share. Yeah, she mentioned that. I hope it cheers you up. You've been through so much, and seeing your sister happy might help you heal. Aunt Hannah, can I ask you something? Of course, dear. If you found out that people you trusted had been lying to you for months, what would you do? Well, that would depend on the lies, I suppose. Why do you ask? Just wondering. I'll see you tomorrow. Desiree, are you okay? You sound different. I'm fine, Aunt Hannah. Better than I've been in months, actually. After I hung up, I opened my laptop one more time. The playlist was ready. 47 minutes of carefully curated audio that would tell the real story of the past 6 months. I saved it under the title Celebration Mix and copied it to 3 different devices. Tomorrow, everyone would finally hear the truth, whether they wanted to or not. The morning of the baby shower, I woke up feeling calmer than I had in months. You sure about this? Kira asked as she helped me load the speaker system into my car. Once we do this, there's no taking it back. I'm sure. Your whole family is going to hate you. They already do. They're just polite about it. We drove to Mum's house in silence. The backyard was already decorated with pastel balloons and streamers. A banner reading, "Celebrating New Beginnings," hung between 2 trees. That's ironic, Kira muttered, carrying the speaker to the patio. Mum rushed over, looking frazzled. Oh, good. You brought the music set up. I was worried we'd have to use my old radio. Wouldn't want that, I said, connecting my phone to the Bluetooth. I put together a special playlist for today. Perfect. Something cheerful, I hope. We want everyone in a good mood for Meredith's announcement. I smiled. Trust me, it's going to be memorable. Guests started arriving around noon. I recognised maybe 15 people out of the 60 who showed up. The rest were Meredith and Terence's crowd. Co-workers, college friends, people from their gym. Desiree! Mrs. Patterson from down the street gave me a hug. How are you holding up, sweetheart? Better every day, I said, and meant it. Elijah arrived with a small gift bag, looking nervous. You don't have to do this, he whispered, as he hugged me hello. Yes, I do. Meredith made her entrance at 12:30, wearing a flowing white dress that screamed, Look at me! Terence followed close behind, his hand possessively on her lower back. There's the guest of honour, Mom announced, rushing to embrace Meredith. Doesn't she look radiant? The crowd murmured agreement. I noticed several people glancing between Meredith and me, clearly uncomfortable with the optics. Should we start the games? Mom asked, consulting her party planning checklist. Actually, Meredith said, her voice carrying across the patio, I have something I need to share first, something that can't wait. Here we go. As you all know, today is supposed to be about celebrating Desiree and honouring her beautiful daughter. Meredith's voice was syrupy sweet. But I have news that I just can't keep to myself anymore. The crowd fell silent. I could see people pulling out their phones, sensing something big was coming. Terence and I are having a baby! The reaction was exactly what they had wanted. Gasps, squeals, applause. Someone actually shouted, Congratulations! But I also saw the uncomfortable glances, the whispered conversations. A few people looked genuinely shocked, and not in a good way. We're due March 15th, Meredith continued, beaming. I know the timing might seem strange, but love doesn't wait for perfect moments. Aunt Hannah dropped her plastic cup. The sound echoed across the suddenly quiet patio. 16 weeks along, Terence added, wrapping his arms around Meredith from behind. We wanted to wait until we were sure everything was healthy. I did the math out loud. So you conceived in July. That's right, Meredith said, her smile faltering slightly. Interesting timing, I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, considering I lost my baby in June. The silence was deafening. You could practically hear people's phones buzzing as they started texting. Desiree, Mum said sharply, this is supposed to be a celebration. You're right, I said, walking over to the speaker. Let's celebrate. I brought music. I hit play on my phone. Upbeat party music filled the air. People started to relax, conversations resumed. That's better, Mum said, relief evident in her voice. I waited exactly 3 minutes, long enough for everyone to get comfortable again. Then the first recording started playing. Terence's voice, crystal clear through the speakers. She's completely broken. I can't take much more of this. She's stuck in the past, and I can't build a life with someone like that. Every conversation stopped. Heads turned toward the speaker, then toward me. What is that? Someone whispered. Meredith's voice came next. She was never really pregnant in her soul, if you know what I mean. Some women just aren't meant to be mothers. The colour drained from faces across the patio. Mrs. Patterson's hand flew to her mouth. Turn it off, Meredith hissed, rushing toward the speaker. But Mom's voice was already playing. At least I have one daughter I can be proud of. Meredith's always been my strong one. Desiree was just a disappointment waiting to happen. Turn it off! Terence lunged for my phone, but Elijah stepped between us. Let it play, Elijah said calmly. The next clip was from their group chat, read aloud in my own voice. Group chat name, Baby Done Broken. Participants, Mum, Meredith and Terence. Message from Terence. The grief counsellor says she's making progress, but I don't see it. Maybe we should just cut our losses. Guests were pulling out their phones, recording everything. Some were already backing toward the exit. Message from Meredith, my recorded voice continued. I wish she'd just get over it already. It's been months. How long are we supposed to pretend to care? Aunt Hannah was staring at Mom with disgust. Ciara, what is this? It's taken out of context, Mom said desperately. Desiree, stop this right now. But the final clip was already playing. The conversation from their apartment, recorded just days ago. Meredith's voice. We've been planning this announcement for weeks. The baby shower was perfect timing. Terence. Should we record it? Surprise pregnancy announcements are trending. This could go viral. Mum. As long as Desiree doesn't ruin it. She's too wrapped up in her grief to notice what's really happening. The music stopped. 60 people stood in stunned silence, staring at the 3 people who'd just been exposed as monsters. Well, I said into the quiet, I guess the cat's out of the bag. The silence stretched for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then chaos erupted. You recorded us, Meredith shrieked, her face twisted with rage. You sick, twisted. I documented the truth, I said calmly. There's a difference. This is illegal, Terence shouted, advancing toward me. You can't record people without consent. Actually, Elijah said, stepping protectively in front of me, in this state, only one party needs to consent to recording, and Desiree was part of every conversation. Guests were scrambling for the exits. Mrs. Patterson pushed past Terence without a word, her face pale with shock. Others were openly recording the meltdown on their phones. Everyone stop! Mum's voice cracked like a whip. Put your phones away. This is a private family matter. But it was too late. I could see people posting to social media in real time. The damage was spreading faster than wildfire. How could you do this? Meredith turned on me, tears streaming down her face. I'm your sister. Are you? I asked. Because sisters don't usually call each other disappointments waiting to happen. That was Mom, not me. Right. You just said I was never really pregnant in my soul. Much better. Aunt Hannah walked up to Mum, her face hard as stone. Ciara, is this really what you think of your own daughter? Hannah, you don't understand. I understand perfectly. Hannah's voice was ice cold. You have a daughter who lost a baby and needed support. Instead, you created a group chat to mock her grief. We were trying to help her move on. By calling her broken? By planning to humiliate her at her own baby shower? More guests were leaving. The patio was emptying fast, but the ones who remained were watching the family implode with horrified fascination. This is all your fault, Mom whirled on me. You've destroyed this family. I didn't destroy anything, I said. I just turned on the lights. Terence grabbed the speaker and yanked it away from the table. Where are the rest of the recordings? What else do you have? Wouldn't you like to know? Desiree, please, Meredith's voice broke. Think about what you're doing. I'm pregnant. The stress. You should have thought about stress before you decided to sleep with my fiancé 2 weeks after I buried my daughter. The remaining guests gasped. Someone's phone clattered to the ground. It wasn't like that, Meredith sobbed. We didn't plan this. The hotel receipts say otherwise. 6 weeks of Tuesday afternoon meetings at the Marriott. Very romantic grief counselling sessions. Terence's face went white. How did you... Credit card statements. Amazing what you can learn when you actually pay attention. You went through our private financial information, Mum demanded. Our information. Terence was still on my credit card until last month. Every hotel room, every dinner, every lie was paid for with my money. The few remaining guests were backing away like they were watching a car crash. Kira appeared at my elbow. Maybe we should go, she whispered. Not yet. Aunt Hannah was still staring at Mum with disgust. A group chat called Baby Done Broken? Really, Kiara? The name was Terence's idea. And you went along with it. You talked about your own daughter like she was a problem to be solved. She was a problem, Mum exploded. Months of crying, months of therapy, months of everyone walking on eggshells. I have 2 daughters, and only one of them was moving forward with her life. The words hung in the air like poison. There it is, I said quietly. The truth you've all been hiding. Des, that's not... Meredith started. No. Let her finish. I looked directly at Mom. Tell everyone how you really feel about your broken daughter. Mom's face was red with rage and embarrassment. You want the truth? Fine. You've been wallowing in self-pity for months. Meredith found love and happiness, and instead of being happy for her, you're trying to destroy it out of jealousy. Jealousy? I laughed, but it came out harsh. You think I'm jealous that my sister is pregnant with my ex-fiancé's baby? Yes! Because you couldn't hold on to him yourself. The slap came from the last person I expected. Meredith's hand connected with Mom's cheek so hard the sound echoed across the patio. How dare you! Meredith screamed. How dare you say that about her baby! But Mom wasn't looking at Meredith. She was staring at me with pure hatred. You were supposed to lie better than that, Mom shouted at Meredith, her hand pressed to her reddening cheek. And there it was, the final piece of the puzzle. Lie better about what? Aunt Hannah demanded. Mom's face went ashen as she realised what she'd just admitted. Nothing. I didn't mean... What was Meredith supposed to lie about, Mom? I asked, my voice deadly calm. The silence was deafening. Even the birds seemed to have stopped singing. Terence grabbed Meredith's hand. We're leaving. No, I said, stepping into their path. I don't think you are. Not until we finish this conversation. Get out of our way, Des. Or what? You'll abandon me like you did after the funeral. I never abandoned you. You left 3 weeks after we buried our daughter because you needed space. Then you immediately ran to my sister. If that's not abandonment, what is it? Meredith was crying harder now, her makeup running down her face. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. How was it supposed to happen? I asked. She looked at Mom, then at Terence, then back at me. We thought if you saw us happy, it might help you heal. I stared at her. You thought announcing your pregnancy at my baby shower would help me heal. We thought it would give you hope, show you that life goes on. The last few guests were openly filming now. This was going to be all over social media within the hour. Well, I said, looking around at the wreckage of the party, mission accomplished. Life definitely goes on. Within an hour, my phone was buzzing non-stop. Des, you need to see this, Kira said, showing me her Instagram feed. The baby shower meltdown was everywhere. Baby Done Broken was trending on Twitter. We were sitting in my living room, the aftermath settling around us like dust after an explosion. Elijah had stayed too, bringing takeout nobody was eating. Someone posted the whole thing on TikTok, Elijah said, scrolling through his phone. It has 2 million views already. 2 million? I stared at him. Are you serious? Dead serious. And the comments? He paused. Actually, maybe you shouldn't read the comments yet. My phone rang. Unknown number. Don't answer that, Kira warned. It's probably a reporter. A reporter? This story is everywhere, Des. Local news picked it up. Someone called it the baby shower from hell. The landline rang next, then Elijah's phone, then Kira's. We should probably turn these off, Elijah suggested. But before I could respond, there was a pounding on my front door. Desiree, open up! Meredith's voice, muffled but furious. Don't, Kira said immediately. Desiree, I know you're in there. More pounding. Then Terence's voice. Open the damn door! We need to talk! Call the police, Elijah said, already reaching for his phone. Wait! I walked to the window and peered through the blinds. Meredith and Terence were on my porch, but so was a news van parked across the street. There are reporters out there. Even better reason not to open the door. But then I heard Mom's voice. This ends now, Desiree. All three of them were on my porch, and the news crew was filming everything. This is insane, I muttered, but I unlocked the door. The second it opened, Meredith pushed past me into the living room. Do you have any idea what you've done? She screamed. My job called. They're putting me on administrative leave pending an investigation. Investigation into what? Into whether I'm fit to work with families. I'm a social worker, Desiree. I help children. Terence stormed in behind her. My company is reviewing my employment too. Something about moral character and representing company values. Maybe you should have thought about that before creating a group chat to mock a grieving mother, Elijah said coldly. Stay out of this, Terence snapped. Mum was the last to enter, her face haggard. The whole neighbourhood knows. Mrs. Patterson won't even look at me. The church is asking questions. Good, I said simply. Good? Meredith whirled on me. You think destroying our lives is good? I think people knowing who you really are is good. Yes. We're family. Family doesn't do what you did to me. What we did? Mum's voice was shrill. What about what you just did to us? You humiliated us in front of 60 people. You humiliated yourselves. I just provided the soundtrack. Terence stepped closer, his face red with anger. Take it down. Take what down? All of it. The recordings, the social media posts, everything. Make it stop. I can't make it stop. It's already out there. Then call the news stations. Tell them it was fake. I stared at him. You want me to lie and say I made it all up? Yes. Why would I do that? Because we're begging you, Meredith sobbed. Please, Des, I could lose everything. My job, my reputation, my future. Like I lost my baby, like I lost my fiancé, like I lost my family's respect. That's different. How is it different? She opened her mouth, then closed it. No answer. Mum stepped forward. If you don't fix this, you're no longer my daughter. The words hit like a physical blow. Kira gasped. Elijah moved protectively closer to me. I haven't been your daughter for months, I said quietly. You made that clear in your group chat. I was trying to help you. By calling me broken, by saying I was never really pregnant in my soul, by planning to humiliate me at my own baby shower. You thought wrong. I looked at all three of them. You want to know what's really broken? A mother who mocks her daughter's grief. A sister who sleeps with her sibling's fiancé while she's planning a funeral. A man who abandons the woman he claimed to love when she needs him most. We made mistakes, Terence said desperately. People make mistakes. Mistakes? I laughed, but it came out bitter. A mistake is forgetting someone's birthday. This was 6 months of calculated cruelty. My phone buzzed with a text from Aunt Hannah. Saw the news. I'm so sorry, honey. You did the right thing. Stay strong. Then another from my cousin Sarah. Holy shit, Des. I had no idea they were treating you like that. You're better off without them. And another from my old college roommate. Saw the video. You're a warrior. Don't let them gaslight you. Look at this, I said, showing them the messages. People I haven't talked to in years are reaching out to support me. Strangers on the internet are calling me brave. But my own family wants me to lie and say I made it all up. Because you're destroying innocent people, Mum cried. Innocent? Elijah stood up, his voice deadly calm. Did you just call yourselves innocent? We never meant to hurt her. You created a group chat called Baby Done Broken to mock your daughter's grief over her dead child. You planned to announce a pregnancy at her baby shower for social media clout. You called her a disappointment and said she was never really pregnant in her soul. Which part of that was innocent? The room fell silent except for Meredith's crying. I lost my baby, I said finally. But I was never the one who failed as a mother. I looked directly at Mom as I said it. Her face crumpled. Desiree, please! Get out, I said quietly. All of you, get out of my house. Des! Meredith started. Get out! They left without another word. Through the window, I watched them face the news cameras on my lawn, Meredith hiding her face, Terence pushing through reporters, Mum walking to her car with her head down. "You okay?" Kira asked softly. I sat down heavily on my couch, suddenly exhausted. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but for the first time in months, I don't feel like I'm drowning." My phone buzzed again. This time it was a message from a number I didn't recognise. "Hi Desiree, this is Jessica from Channel 7 News. We'd love to get your side of the story. Would you be willing to do an interview?" I showed the message to Elijah and Kira. "What do you think?" I asked. "I think," Elijah said slowly, "that you've already told your story. The question is whether you want to tell it again." I looked out the window at the news van, then at my phone buzzing with messages of support from people around the world. "Yeah," I said finally, "I think I do." The interview aired on a Tuesday evening. I watched it from Kira's couch, surrounded by empty pizza boxes and tissues I didn't need. "You came across really well," she said as the segment ended. "Calm, honest, not vindictive." I didn't feel calm. That's what made it perfect. My phone had been quieter lately. The initial media frenzy had died down after a week, but the damage was permanent. Meredith had been let go from her job. Terence's company had restructured his position, corporate speak, for firing someone without admitting fault. Mum had stepped down from her volunteer positions at church. "Any regrets?" Elijah asked. He'd been coming by more often, bringing coffee and staying to talk. "About the recordings? No. About the timing? Maybe." "What do you mean?" I could have confronted them privately first, given them a chance to apologise before making it public. "Would they have apologised?" Kira asked. I thought about Mom's words at the baby shower, about the group chat, about 6 months of being treated like a burden. "No," I said finally. "They would have gaslit me into thinking I was overreacting." "Then you did the right thing." The doorbell rang. Kira and I exchanged glances. "Expecting someone?" Elijah asked. "No." I opened the door to find Aunt Hannah holding a casserole dish and a small potted plant. "I brought dinner," she said simply, "and something living for your windowsill." "Hannah, you didn't have to—" "Yes, I did." She walked past me into the kitchen. "Someone in this family needs to act like family." She started unpacking the casserole, moving around Kira's kitchen like she belonged there. "How are you holding up?" she asked. "Better than expected." "Good, because I have news." She turned to face me, her expression serious. "Your mother called me yesterday." My stomach clenched. "What did she say?" "That she wants to make amends. That she's been thinking about everything that happened. And I told her that thinking isn't enough. Actions have consequences, and she's living with hers." "Hannah?" "No, let me finish. I also told her that if she wants a relationship with you, she needs to start by admitting what she did wrong. Really admitting it. Not just saying she made mistakes." "What did you say to that?" "She hung up on me." I laughed despite myself. "That sounds about right." "Your sister called too." "Meredith?" "She's having a hard time. Lost her job. Terence moved out. She's facing this pregnancy alone." Hannah paused. "She asked if I thought you talked to her." "What did you tell her?" "That forgiveness isn't something you owe anyone. It's something you give when you're ready, if you're ever ready." Elijah was watching this conversation with interest. "Has she apologised?" "Actually apologised." "Not to me," I said. "She's been posting on social media about family betrayal and private matters being made public." "So she's still playing the victim?" "Seems like it." Hannah nodded approvingly. "Then she's not ready for forgiveness, and you're not required to teach her how to be sorry." We ate dinner together, the four of us crowded around Kira's small table. It felt more like family than any gathering I'd had in months. "I've been thinking about getting my own place," I said as we cleaned up. "Starting fresh somewhere new." "Running away?" Kira asked. "Moving forward, there's a difference." "Where would you go?" "I don't know yet. Somewhere I can breathe." Elijah cleared his throat. "Actually, I heard about an opening at the Portland office. Same company, different city, if you're interested." "Portland. It's far enough away to be a real fresh start, but close enough that you wouldn't lose touch with people who matter." He glanced at Kira, then back at me. "People who actually care about you." "Are you suggesting I should apply?" "I'm suggesting you have options, more than you think." That night, alone in my apartment, for the first time in weeks, I opened my laptop and looked at the last audio file I'd never shared. The one where Mum told Meredith she was her only daughter worth being proud of. I'd kept it as insurance, in case they tried to rewrite history or claim I'd made everything up. But sitting there in the quiet, I realised I didn't need insurance anymore. The truth was already out there. People knew who they really were. I deleted the file. Then I opened a new browser tab and searched for apartments in Portland. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Hi, this is Marcus from your grief counselling group. Saw the news. You're incredibly brave. Coffee sometime." I smiled and typed back, "I'd like that." Another message, this one from Elijah. "Baking class starts Thursday. Still interested?" "Yes," I replied. "Definitely yes." I closed the laptop and walked to the window. Outside, the street was quiet, normal. No news vans, no angry family members, no drama. Just possibility. For the first time since I'd lost my daughter, I felt like I could breathe again. The people who claimed to love me had shown their true faces, and it hurt. But the people who actually loved me, Kira, Elijah, Hannah, even strangers on the internet who'd reached out with support, they were still here. I'd lost a family that was built on lies and favouritism, but I'd found something better, the truth and the strength to live with it. My phone buzzed one more time. A message from myself, scheduled months ago during one of my darkest moments. "Remember, you are stronger than you know." I was.